Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're diving 120 metres underwater, where ancient forests still stand, mammoths once roamed, and entire civilizations vanished in the most catastrophic flood humanity has ever survived. Over 200 cultures across the globe remember this event. Noah, Gilgamesh, Manu, same story, different names. Coincidence? I don't think so. Here's the thing, just 12,000 years ago you could walk from France to England without getting your feet wet. Then the ice let go. Before we dive in, hit that like button and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from tonight? Alright, dim those lights and get comfortable. This is the real story behind every flood myth you've ever heard. Let's begin. So let's rewind the clock. Not by a few centuries, not by a couple of millennia, but by 20,000 years. That's roughly 800 human generations ago, which sounds like a lot until you realise that in geological terms, it's basically yesterday afternoon. The Earth you're about to visit looks almost nothing like the planet you fell asleep on tonight. In fact, if you could somehow teleport back to this moment in history, you might genuinely wonder if you'd landed on the wrong planet entirely. Picture this. You're standing somewhere in what will eventually become Northern Europe, except there's a small problem. You can't actually stand there, because there is currently buried under approximately 3 kilometres of solid ice. That's not a typo. 3 kilometres. To put that in perspective, that's taller than 8 Eiffel Towers stacked on top of each other, or roughly the cruising altitude of a small aircraft. And this ice isn't some fragile decorative frost you'd scrape off your windshield on a cold morning. This is ancient, compressed blue-white ice that has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, pressing down on the Earth's crust with such tremendous weight that the ground itself has actually sunk beneath it. Welcome to the last glacial maximum, the absolute peak of the most recent ice age, and arguably the coldest, harshest period that anatomically modern humans have ever had to endure. This wasn't some localized cold snap or an unusually bitter winter. This was a global transformation so profound that it rewrote the geography of every single continent, reshaped coastlines that had existed for millions of years, and created a world where survival wasn't just difficult, it was a daily miracle. Now, when most people hear the phrase Ice Age, they tend to imagine a slightly colder version of today. Maybe everyone's wearing fur coats, there are some woolly mammoths wandering around, and people are huddling in caves waiting for spring. The reality was dramatically, almost incomprehensibly different. The Ice Age wasn't just colder weather, it was an entirely different planet operating under entirely different rules. And understanding those rules is absolutely essential if we want to grasp what happened when everything suddenly changed. Let's start with the ice itself because, frankly, the scale of these glaciers defies normal human comprehension. At their maximum extent, continental ice sheets covered approximately 30% of Earth's land surface. For comparison, today ice covers about 10%, and most of that is locked away in Antarctica and Greenland, where it doesn't bother anyone except penguins and the occasional polar researcher. 20,000 years ago, the situation was radically different. Ice dominated the northern hemisphere like a frozen empire, stretching its crystalline fingers across landscapes that are now home to major cities, fertile farmland, and millions of unsuspecting people. The Laurentide ice sheet, which covered most of Canada and large portions of the northern United States, was the largest ice mass in the northern hemisphere. At its peak, this single glacier contained enough frozen water to cover the entire North American continent in a layer over a kilometre deep, if it somehow melted instantaneously and spread evenly. The ice extended as far south as present-day New York, Chicago and Seattle. If you're currently living in any of these cities, congratulations! Your apartment building would have been buried under approximately 2 kilometres of ice, which really puts modern housing complaints into perspective. Drafty windows and noisy neighbours suddenly seem quite manageable compared to being entombed in a frozen mountain. Across the Atlantic, the Fennoscandian ice sheet covered all of Scandinavia, most of the British Isles, and extended deep into what is now Germany, Poland, and Russia. The ice was so heavy that it pushed the land down like a giant hand pressing on a mattress. This phenomenon, called isostatic depression, meant that the bedrock itself was literally sinking under the weight of all that frozen water. In some areas, the ground dropped by several hundred metres. And here's the remarkable part. In places like Scandinavia, the land is still rebounding today. 20,000 years later, the Earth is still slowly bouncing back from the weight of ice that melted millennia ago. The ground rises by about a centimetre per year in some locations, which doesn't sound like much until you realise that over the past 10,000 years, parts of Sweden have risen by nearly 300 metres. That's geological whiplash on a planetary scale. Meanwhile, in Asia, the situation was somewhat different, but no less dramatic. While massive ice sheets didn't cover the continent to the same extent as in North America and Europe, the Tibetan Plateau and surrounding mountain ranges hosted enormous glaciers that fed Asia's great rivers. The Himalayas were even more heavily glaciated than they are today, with ice extending much further down the valleys. These glaciers served as frozen reservoirs, storing water that would eventually carve some of the most dramatic landscapes on Earth when they finally began to melt. Now here's where things get really interesting, and where we start to understand why this frozen world matters so much to our story. All of this ice, and we're talking about truly astronomical quantities here, had to come from somewhere. Water doesn't just materialise out of thin air, despite what your leaky roof might suggest. Every single molecule of water locked up in those glaciers was water that had been evaporated from the world's oceans, carried inland by weather patterns, and deposited as snow that never melted. Year after year, century after century, millennium after millennium, this process continued. Snow fell. Snow compressed into ice. Ice accumulated into glaciers. Glaciers grew into continental ice sheets, and with each passing year the oceans had a little less water in them. The result was a dramatic drop in global sea level. At the peak of the last glacial maximum, the oceans were approximately 120 to 130 metres lower than they are today. To visualise this, imagine draining your bathtub until only a few inches of water remained at the bottom. Now imagine that bathtub is the size of the Pacific Ocean. The coastlines of 20,000 years ago would be virtually unrecognisable to any modern sailor. Where today's beaches meet the waves, our ancestors would have found themselves standing on dry land, looking out at an ocean that seemed to have retreated to the horizon and beyond. This wasn't a subtle change. This was a fundamental transformation of Earth's geography. Vast areas of continental shelf that are now submerged beneath ocean waters were exposed as dry land. We're talking about millions of square kilometres of territory that simply doesn't exist anymore. Land that was home to forests, grasslands, rivers, and almost certainly human communities that lived, thrived, and eventually drowned when the waters returned. The scale of this lost world is almost impossible to overstate. Entire countries' worth of land vanished beneath the waves during the flooding that ended the Ice Age, taking with them countless stories, lives, and possibly the earliest chapters of human civilization. Let's take a tour of some of these vanished lands, because they're absolutely central to understanding both the world that was and the catastrophe that destroyed it. In the North Sea, between Britain and continental Europe, there once existed a region that archaeologists and geologists have named Doggerland. Today, if you sail across the North Sea, you're floating above what was once a low-lying, marshy paradise teeming with life. Doggerland wasn't some frozen wasteland. During warmer periods, it was actually prime real estate by Ice Age standards. The region featured a landscape of gently rolling hills, meandering rivers, lakes, marshes, and extensive coastlines along what was then a much smaller North Sea. The evidence for Doggerland's existence comes from multiple sources, each one more fascinating than the last. Fishing boats operating in the North Sea have been dragging up the bones of mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and other Ice Age megafauna from the seabed for centuries. Initially, these discoveries were dismissed as curiosities or mistakes. Surely these bones must have fallen off ships or been dumped overboard. But as the discoveries accumulated and scientific analysis improved, the truth became undeniable. These weren't accidents or anomalies. These were the remains of animals that had lived and died on land that no longer existed above water. Even more compelling evidence came in the form of human artifacts. Fishermen began hauling up worked flint tools, bone harpoons, and even human remains from the depths of the North Sea. These weren't items that had fallen from passing boats. These were the possessions and bodies of people who had lived on land that was now underwater. Archaeological analysis of these finds has revealed evidence of sophisticated hunter-gatherer communities that thrived in Doggerland for thousands of years. These people hunted deer and wild boar in the forests, caught fish in the rivers and coastal waters, and gathered plants from the marshlands. They made tools, built shelters, buried their dead, and lived full human lives in a world that has since been completely erased from the surface of the earth. The flooding of Doggerland didn't happen overnight, but by geological standards it happened remarkably quickly. As the glaciers melted and sea levels rose, the lower-lying portions of this land bridge were gradually inundated. Communities that had lived near the coast found themselves forced to relocate to higher ground. Rivers became estuaries, estuaries became bays, bays merged with the advancing sea. Eventually the last remaining high points became islands, and then those islands too disappeared beneath the waves. The final survivors of Doggerland almost certainly became refugees, forced to migrate either east toward continental Europe or west toward what remained of the British Isles. Their homeland vanished behind them, swallowed by waters that had risen faster than any previous generation could remember. But Doggerland, impressive as it was, represents only a fraction of the land that was lost during the post-glacial flooding. On the opposite side of the planet, an even larger territory met a similar fate. This was Sunderland, a massive extension of the Southeast Asian landmass that connected the modern islands of Indonesia, Malaysia, Borneo and Java into a single continuous continent. At its maximum extent during the last glacial maximum, Sunderland added approximately 1.8 million square kilometres to Southeast Asia, an area roughly the size of Mexico or the entire Indian subcontinent. Let that sink in for a moment. An area equivalent to a major modern nation, complete with rivers, forests, and almost certainly substantial human populations, no longer exists. Sunderland was not a frozen wilderness. Located near the equator, it enjoyed a tropical climate even during the depths of the Ice Age. While glaciers covered the higher elevations of nearby mountain ranges, the lowlands of Sunderland would have been covered in dense tropical rainforest, intersected by major river systems that drained water from the mountainous interiors of Borneo and Sumatra toward the sea. These rivers, now submerged and detectable only through sonar mapping of the seafloor, once supported rich ecosystems and provided natural highways for human migration and settlement. The evidence suggests that Sunderland was not only inhabited but potentially densely populated by Ice Age standards. The rich tropical environment would have provided abundant resources for hunter-gatherer communities, fruit, fish, game, and materials for tools and shelter. Some researchers have even speculated that Sunderland may have been a major centre of human cultural development during the late Pleistocene, a hub from which populations spread outward to colonise the islands of the Pacific. Whether or not this theory proves correct, the sheer scale of this lost land demands attention. We're not talking about a few scattered coastal villages that got their feet wet. We're talking about the drowning of an entire subcontinent, complete with its ecosystems, its human communities, and whatever cultural developments they may have achieved. The flooding of Sunderland created the geography of Southeast Asia as we know it today. What had been continuous forest became scattered islands separated by shallow seas. Populations that had previously been connected by land routes found themselves isolated on mountaintops that had become islands seemingly overnight. This fragmentation had profound biological and cultural consequences. Animal species that had once shared a continuous range found themselves divided into isolated populations, leading to the evolution of distinct subspecies on different islands. Human communities face similar isolation, which may help explain the remarkable linguistic and cultural diversity of the Indonesian archipelago, hundreds of distinct languages and ethnic groups, many of which developed in relative isolation after the flooding of the land that once connected them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Pacific, another land bridge connected two continents that today are separated by 55 miles of frigid water. This was Beringia, the lost land that once joined Asia to North America across what is now the Bering Strait. Unlike Doggerland and Sunderland, Beringia's significance lies not primarily in the communities that lived there, but in what passed through it. Beringia was the gateway through which humans first entered the Americas, the bridge that transformed two uninhabited continents into the future homes of countless civilizations. At the peak of the last glacial maximum, Beringia was no narrow isthmus, but a broad expanse of land over 1,000 kilometers wide from north to south. The landscape was characterized by what ecologists call the Mammoth Steppe, a cold, dry grassland ecosystem that supported large populations of grazing animals including mammoths, horses, bison, and caribou. This wasn't the desolate ice field that many people imagine when they think of Ice Age Siberia and Alaska. It was a productive, if harsh, environment that provided hunting opportunities for the humans who inhabited it. The people who lived in Beringia and eventually crossed into the Americas were not making a conscious decision to discover a new continent. They were simply following the game, moving through familiar landscapes in search of food, shelter, and survival. The Americas, vast and teeming with megafauna that had never encountered human hunters, would have seemed like paradise to these early explorers, assuming they even realized they had entered a new world at all. The mountains of ice that blocked southward expansion during much of the last glacial maximum eventually opened, either along the Pacific coast or through an ice-free corridor between the major ice sheets, allowing humans to pour into the Americas and spread across two continents with remarkable speed. When the Ice Age ended and sea levels rose, Beringia flooded just like Doggerland and Sunderland. The land bridge that had facilitated one of humanity's greatest migrations disappeared beneath the waves, cutting off the Americas from their Asian source populations and setting the stage for tens of thousands of years of independent development. When Europeans eventually discovered the Americas at the end of the 15th century, they encountered civilizations that had evolved in complete isolation from the Old World for over 10,000 years, all because a frozen land bridge had melted and drowned beneath a rising sea. These three examples, Doggerland, Sunderland, and Beringia, represent just the most dramatic cases of land lost to post-glacial flooding. Similar stories played out along coastlines around the world. The Persian Gulf, now a body of water surrounded by oil-rich nations, was once a fertile river valley watered by the combined flows of the Tigris and Euphrates. The Yellow Sea between China and Korea was dry land traversed by the ancestral Yellow River. The Adriatic Sea, now separating Italy from the Balkans, was a vast coastal plain where the Po River wandered across flatlands before reaching a Mediterranean Sea that was itself smaller and differently shaped than today. Every single one of these regions would have been inhabited during the Ice Age. Coastal and lowland areas, with their access to marine resources and easier terrain, have always been prime locations for human settlement. The populations of these drowned lands would have numbered in the hundreds of thousands at minimum, possibly millions when we consider all the world's submerged coastlines combined. These weren't primitive cave dwellers scratching out a marginal existence. These were people living in some of the most productive environments available during the Ice Age, environments that happened to be located in exactly the wrong place when the waters began to rise. Now let's turn our attention from the edges of continents to their interiors, because the Ice Age transformed landscapes far beyond the reach of the great ice sheets. Even areas that never saw glaciers directly were profoundly affected by the changed climate and altered geography of this frozen world. The most striking example might be the transformation of rainfall patterns across the globe, which turned today's deserts into gardens and today's fertile regions into dust bowls. The Sahara Desert, currently the largest hot desert on Earth, was a dramatically different place during the last glacial maximum. While the climate was indeed cold and dry during the peak of glaciation, the period immediately following, as the ice sheets began their retreat, saw the Sahara transformed into a green, well-watered savanna. This period, sometimes called the Green Sahara, or African Humid Period, saw lakes form across what is now barren wasteland, rivers flow through now dry wadis, and grasslands spread across regions that today cannot support any vegetation at all. Rock art from this period shows people swimming, hunting hippos, and herding cattle in places where the average annual rainfall today is less than a centimetre. The evidence for this transformation is abundant and varied. Satellite imagery has revealed the dried-up courses of ancient river systems buried beneath the sand dunes. Lake sediments have been found in depressions that are now bone dry. The bones of aquatic animals, crocodiles, fish, hippos, have been discovered far from any modern water source, and most poignantly, archaeologists have found evidence of substantial human settlements in regions that are now completely uninhabitable. These people didn't build their villages in the middle of a desert. They built them beside lakes and rivers in a lush green landscape that has since been erased by climate change. Similar transformations occurred across the planet. The Arabian Peninsula, now dominated by the Empty Quarter and other massive deserts, featured networks of rivers and lakes during the Ice Age and early Holocene. Central Asia, today characterized by the arid steppes of Kazakhstan and the deserts of Turkmenistan, was considerably wetter and supported larger populations of both wildlife and humans. Even the American Southwest, famous for its cactus-studded deserts, was a land of lakes and streams during the Ice Age. The Great Salt Lake in Utah is a tiny remnant of a much larger body of water called Lake Bonneville, which at its peak covered an area comparable to Lake Michigan and reached depths of over 300 meters. Conversely, some regions that are now well watered were dramatically drier during the Ice Age. The Amazon rainforest, often called the lungs of the earth, may have been significantly reduced in extent during glacial periods, with grasslands and savannas expanding at the expense of dense forest. Tropical regions generally experienced lower rainfall during the Ice Age, partly because so much water was locked up in glaciers, and partly because cooler ocean temperatures reduced evaporation and precipitation. The exact extent of these changes remains a subject of scientific debate, but the basic principle is clear. The world of 20,000 years ago operated according to a different climate rulebook than the one we know today. Let's talk about temperatures, because the numbers here are almost as difficult to grasp as the scales of ice we discussed earlier. The average global temperature during the last glacial maximum was approximately 4 to 7 degrees Celsius colder than today. That might not sound like much, certainly daily temperature fluctuations are often much larger than that, but in climate terms, it's enormous. To put it in perspective, the difference between today's climate and the last glacial maximum is roughly comparable to the warming that climate scientists project for the end of this century under high emission scenarios, just running in the opposite direction. A 4-degree average cooling doesn't mean everywhere got 4 degrees colder. Climate change, whether cooling or warming, affects different regions differently. The high latitudes experienced much more extreme cooling. Temperature drops of 10 to 20 degrees Celsius were common near the ice sheets. This made sense. The ice sheets were essentially enormous air conditioners, reflecting sunlight back into space and chilling the air that passed over them. The tropics, by contrast, cooled much less, perhaps only 2 to 3 degrees on average. This meant the temperature gradient between the equator and the poles was much steeper than today, which in turn drove more powerful atmospheric circulation patterns and altered storm tracks around the globe. These temperature changes had cascading effects on everything from ocean currents to vegetation patterns to the survival strategies of every living creature on Earth. Plants that today are limited to high latitudes or high elevations were able to survive much further south and at lower altitudes during the Ice Age. Conversely, tropical and subtropical species found their ranges compressed toward the equator. The boundaries of ecosystems shifted by hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, creating novel combinations of species that don't exist together anywhere in the modern world. For humans, these temperature changes meant fundamentally different survival challenges. Good luck finding central heating or thermal underwear in this era. Your options for staying warm were limited to fire, animal skins, and the company of other warm bodies. Clothing technology became a matter of life and death in a way that's hard for modern people, cocooned in their climate-controlled environments, to fully appreciate. The invention of the needle, which allowed for the creation of fitted, layered clothing, may have been one of the most significant technological innovations in human history, enabling our ancestors to survive in environments that would have killed them otherwise within hours. Shelter, too, became more critical than ever before. Caves, long a popular residence for our ancestors, offered natural protection from the elements and retained heat from fires far better than open camps. Where caves weren't available, people built shelters from whatever materials were at hand, bones and tusks of mammoths, covered with hides to create sturdy insulated structures that could withstand brutal winds and freezing temperatures. Archaeological sites from this period reveal remarkable ingenuity in the face of environmental challenges that would seem insurmountable to most modern city dwellers. But perhaps the most significant adaptation was social rather than technological. In cold environments with scarce resources, cooperation becomes essential for survival. Hunting large animals requires coordination. Sharing food during lean times prevents starvation. Pooling knowledge about the locations of water, shelter, and game can mean the difference between life and death. The extreme conditions of the Ice Age may have accelerated the development of the social bonds and cooperative behaviours that define human communities today. When the temperature outside can kill you in minutes, and your food supply depends on successfully hunting animals much larger than yourself, you quickly learn the value of having friends. Let's return to the ice sheets for a moment, because we haven't yet fully explored what it would have been like to actually encounter one of these frozen giants. Imagine standing at the edge of the Laurentide ice sheet, somewhere in what is now Wisconsin or Minnesota. Before you stretches a wall of ice that rises from the horizon like a frozen tsunami. The face of the glacier isn't smooth and white like fresh snow. It's blue, with a deep, ancient blue that comes from thousands of years of compression squeezing out all the air bubbles. Chunks of ice periodically break off and crash to the ground with thunderous roars. Rivers of meltwater pour from tunnels at the base of the glacier, carving channels through the debris. The sound is constant, creaking, groaning, cracking, rumbling, the voice of ice under unimaginable pressure. The air near a glacier is different from normal air. It's dense, heavy, and bitterly cold, rolling down from the ice in a constant wind that chills you to the bone, even on what might otherwise be a pleasant day. This katabatic wind, caused by cold air sinking and flowing downslope, was a constant presence for anyone living near the ice sheets. It shaped vegetation patterns, influenced where animals could graze, and made life within a certain radius of the glaciers challenging, even for the hardiest humans. And these glaciers weren't static. They moved. Slowly, imperceptibly on human timescales in most cases, but inexorably, the ice flowed outward from its centres of accumulation. At their edges, glaciers could advance or retreat dramatically depending on climate conditions. During periods of growth, the ice pushed forward like a frozen bulldozer, scraping up soil, crushing forests, and burying everything in its path. During periods of retreat, the opposite occurred. The ice pulled back, leaving behind transformed landscapes covered in debris and carved by meltwater. People living near glaciers had to be constantly aware of these movements, ready to relocate if the ice advanced toward their hunting grounds or settlements. The material left behind by glaciers, moraines, drumlins, eskers, and other geological formations can still be seen today across much of northern North America and Europe. These features, which might seem like ordinary hills or ridges to casual observers, are actually the fingerprints of ice that retreated thousands of years ago. The Great Lakes, some of the largest bodies of fresh water on Earth, occupy basins that were carved by glaciers and later filled with their meltwater. The fertile agricultural lands of the American Midwest owe their rich soils to deposits of glacial sediment ground from rocks hundreds of kilometers to the north. The landscapes we inhabit today are fundamentally shaped by ice that disappeared long before recorded history began. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The glaciers haven't melted yet in our story. We're still standing in the midst of the Ice Age, watching mammoths graze on frozen steppes, observing humans in fur clothing stalking reindeer across the tundra, gazing at coastlines that are now underwater and lands that have since drowned beneath rising seas. This frozen world had been relatively stable, with some fluctuations for tens of thousands of years. Generations lived and died without noticing any significant change. The ice had always been there as far as anyone knew. The land bridges had always connected the continents. The sea had always been far away, visible only from certain high points and after long journeys. What nobody could have known, what nobody could possibly have predicted, was that this apparently eternal world was built on borrowed time. The ice sheets that seemed so permanent, so massive, so utterly immovable, were in fact approaching a tipping point from which there would be no return. The vast reservoirs of fresh water locked up in those glaciers were about to be released in a series of catastrophic floods that would reshape the planet's geography, traumatize human communities around the world, and leave scars on the landscape that are still visible today. The calm before the storm, the deep breath before the plunge, that's where we are now, standing in a world that is about to end. The ice sheets stretch to the horizon, seemingly eternal. The land bridges connect continents that will soon become islands. Humans hunt and gather on coastlines that will soon be underwater. And somewhere, deep in the ice, the processes that will ultimately destroy this world are already beginning. But to understand what's about to happen, we need to look more closely at the specific conditions that set the stage for catastrophe. The ice wasn't just sitting there passively waiting to melt. Behind the glaciers, in basins blocked by walls of ice, enormous lakes were forming, bodies of fresh water so vast they dwarfed any lakes that exist today. These glacial lakes were time bombs, accumulating more water with each passing year, building pressure against their frozen dams, waiting for the moment when the ice would fail and unleash devastation on a scale that modern humans have never witnessed and can barely imagine. The geography of our planet was about to be rewritten by water. The coastlines that had been home to countless communities for thousands of years were about to disappear beneath waves that wouldn't stop rising for millennia. The ice bridges that had connected continents were about to be severed forever, and the human communities that had adapted so successfully to life in this frozen world were about to face the greatest challenge in our species' history. This is the world from which we came. This is the world that had to die so that our world could be born. Every time you fly over the Great Lakes, every time you sail across the North Sea, every time you watch a glacier carving icebergs in a nature documentary, You're looking at the aftermath of the catastrophe that ended this frozen planet and gave us the one we know today. 20,000 years ago, standing at the height of the last glacial maximum, you would have been looking at a planet so different from modern Earth that it might as well have been another world entirely. Continents were larger, oceans were smaller, ice-dominated latitudes where today there are forests and cities. Animals that we know only from bones and cave paintings roamed landscapes that have since been transformed beyond recognition. And all of it, every frozen acre, every land bridge, every coastal plain, every glacial lake, was about to change. The ice was about to melt, the water was about to rise, and humanity was about to face a cataclysm that would echo through our collective memory for 12,000 years and counting, remembered in the flood myths of cultures around the world who never forgot what their ancestors had survived. But we're not there yet. First, we need to visit the lost lands in more detail. We need to understand who lived there and what they lost. We need to meet the megafauna, the mammoths and mastodons, the giant sloths and saber-toothed cats that shared this world with our ancestors and disappeared along with it. We need to examine the ice more closely to understand the specific mechanisms that would eventually trigger its collapse. Only then will we be ready to witness the floods themselves, to understand how water on an unimaginable scale could reshape geography in years or decades, rather than the millennia that such changes usually require. The story of the Great Flood isn't just a story about water, it's a story about a world that we lost and can never recover. It's a story about the resilience and trauma of our ancestors. It's a story about how catastrophe can drive adaptation and innovation. And ultimately, it's a story about why so many different cultures around the world, separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, tell essentially the same tale of waters, rising without warning and swallowing the world they knew. That story begins here, in a world of ice and cold and impossibly different geography. That story begins with land bridges and continental ice sheets, and sea levels so much lower than today that our maps look like they're from another planet. That story begins in a world where humans had adapted to conditions that seemed permanent, but were actually fragile, balanced on the edge of a transformation so dramatic that it would change everything, everywhere, for everyone. The ice was about to let go, and when it did, nothing would ever be the same again. But before we witness that collapse, let's spend a little more time in this frozen world, because there are aspects of Ice Age life that deserve our attention. Consider for a moment the simple act of finding food in this environment. Modern humans, accustomed to supermarkets and refrigerators, and the miracle of global food supply chains, might struggle to appreciate just how central the hunt was to Ice Age survival. You couldn't grow crops in permafrost. You couldn't farm when the growing season was measured in weeks rather than months. Your survival depended entirely on your ability to track, kill and process animals, often animals that were much larger, stronger and faster than you. This is where human intelligence and cooperation truly shined. Ice Age hunters developed sophisticated techniques for taking down prey that should have been far beyond their capabilities. Mammoth hunting, for instance, wasn't a solo sport. It required coordination among multiple hunters, knowledge of animal behavior and migration patterns, strategic use of terrain to trap or channel prey, and specialized weapons designed to penetrate thick hide and flesh. A single mammoth could provide enough meat to feed a band of humans for weeks, along with bones for tools and building materials, tusks for carving, hide for clothing and shelter, and fat for fuel. Wasting any part of such a valuable kill would have been unthinkable, and indeed, archaeological evidence suggests that Ice Age humans utilized virtually every part of the animals they hunted. The weapons used for these hunts evolved considerably during the Ice Age, reflecting both technological innovation and the demands of hunting different types of prey. Spears with stone points were the primary hunting weapon throughout much of this period, but the introduction of the spear thrower, or atlatl, dramatically increased the range and power available to hunters. This simple lever device, essentially a stick with a hook at one end, allowed hunters to throw their spears much farther and with much greater force than they could achieve with their arms alone. The physics are straightforward. The atlatl effectively lengthens the thrower's arm, increasing the arc over which force can be applied, but the practical impact was revolutionary. Hunters could now kill from a safer distance, reducing the risk of the hunt while increasing its effectiveness. By the end of the Ice Age, some populations were beginning to develop even more sophisticated projectile weapons, the bow and arrow. This technology, which would eventually become one of the most important hunting and warfare tools in human history, first emerged sometime around 15,000 years ago. The bow stored energy through tension in its limbs, releasing it suddenly to propel an arrow at speeds and distances impossible to achieve with hand-thrown or atlatl-launched weapons. The arrows themselves could be tipped with carefully crafted stone points, designed to penetrate deeply and cause maximum damage to prey. But hunting wasn't the only source of food available to Ice Age humans. Even in cold environments, resourceful foragers could find substantial quantities of plant food during the warmer months. Berries, roots, nuts, and seeds supplemented the meat-heavy diet, providing essential vitamins and variety. In coastal areas, marine resources offered additional protein sources. Fish, shellfish, sea mammals, and seabirds all featured in the diets of populations lucky enough to live near productive waters. The coastlines of the Ice Age world, now submerged beneath the risen seas, may have been among the most resource-rich environments available, which makes their loss all the more significant. Speaking of those coastlines, let's consider for a moment what daily life might have looked like for someone living on the edge of one of those now vanished lands. Imagine yourself 20,000 years ago, a member of a small band living on the coastal plains that would eventually become the continental shelf of Europe. The landscape around you is open and windswept, with sparse tree cover and extensive grasslands. In the distance, you can see herds of horses and reindeer grazing. The sea, currently quite far away due to low water levels, provides occasional bounty when your group makes the journey to harvest shellfish or hunt seals. Your home is a semi-permanent camp near a freshwater source, a spring or stream that flows even through the coldest months. The dwellings are constructed from whatever materials are available. Mammoth bones and tusks form the framework, covered with hide stitched together to create weatherproof walls and roofs. Inside, a fire burns constantly during the cold months, providing warmth, light, and a place to cook. The smoke finds its way out through gaps in the roof covering, blackening everything it touches but carrying away some of the bitter cold. Sleeping platforms lined with furs provide insulation from the frozen ground. Personal belongings are stored in bags and pouches made from leather. Tools for hunting and processing food, sewing implements for making and repairing clothing, ornaments and decorative items that mark identity and status. Your clothing represents the accumulated knowledge of countless generations. Multiple layers of carefully prepared animal hide stitched together with sinew using bone needles trap body heat while remaining flexible enough to allow movement. Fur-lined boots protect your feet from frostbite. A hood shields your face from bitter winds. Without this clothing, death from exposure would come quickly, within hours during the worst weather. Making and maintaining these garments consumes significant time and energy, particularly as they wear out and require replacement. The hide must be scraped, treated, dried, and worked until it becomes supple enough to wear. The sewing must be precise to prevent gaps that would let in cold air. This isn't fashion, it's survival technology at its finest. Your social world is intimate and intense. The band consists of perhaps 30 to 50 individuals, large enough to organise effective hunts and provide mutual support, small enough that everyone knows everyone. Within this group, relationships are complex and crucial. You depend on others for food sharing during lean times, for help in processing large kills, for assistance in child rearing, for companionship during the long dark winters. Conflicts must be managed carefully because there's nowhere else to go. You can't simply move to another neighbourhood when you disagree with your neighbours. Social skills, the ability to cooperate and negotiate and maintain harmony, are as important as hunting skills in this world. Your knowledge of the environment is encyclopedic. You know where water can be found in every season. You know which plants are edible and when they ripen. You know the migration patterns of the herds and the best locations to intercept them. You know which caves offer shelter, which river crossings are safe, which terrain features provide protection from predators and weather. This knowledge, accumulated over generations and transmitted through teaching and experience, represents a kind of invisible technology, a map of survival written not on paper, but in memory and practice. And you know the stories. Every culture, no matter how simple its material technology, has stories. Stories about where your people came from, stories about how the world was made, stories about heroes who did remarkable things, and villains who threatened the community. Stories about the spirits that inhabit the landscape, the rivers and mountains, the animals and plants, the sun and moon and stars. These stories aren't just entertainment, though they are that too. They encode practical knowledge in memorable form. They reinforce social norms and values. They create meaning and purpose in lives that might otherwise seem like nothing more than an endless struggle to survive. Some of these stories may have dated back thousands of years even then, passed down through hundreds of generations of retelling, and some of them, perhaps more than we realize, may survive still, transformed and adapted through millennia of cultural evolution, but carrying at their core the same observations and experiences that first gave them birth. When we examine flood myths from around the world, we may be looking at stories that originated in this Ice Age world, stories told by people who witnessed the beginning of the catastrophe that would destroy everything they knew. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. Let's return to the broader picture of the Ice Age world, because there's one more aspect we need to consider: the relationship between humans and the megafauna that shared their world. We've mentioned mammoths and mastodons in passing, but the Ice Age bestiary deserves more attention because these animals were absolutely central to human life during this period, and their extinction is intimately connected to the environmental changes we're exploring. The term megafauna refers to large animals, typically defined as those weighing more than 45 kilograms, though the most impressive examples were far larger than this threshold. During the Ice Age, every continent except Antarctica hosted its own unique collection of megafauna. Mammoths and mastodons in North America, woolly rhinoceroses and giant deer in Europe, giant sloths and car-sized armadillos in South America, giant wombats and marsupial lions in Australia. These animals had evolved over millions of years to fill ecological niches that no longer exist in the modern world. Their disappearance, which coincided roughly with the end of the Ice Age and the spread of human populations, remains one of the great mysteries and tragedies of Earth's recent history. Consider the woolly mammoth, perhaps the most iconic of all Ice Age megafauna. Standing up to 4 meters tall at the shoulder and weighing as much as 6 metric tons, the woolly mammoth was superbly adapted to life in the frozen north. Its thick coat of long hair, layered over a dense undercoat, provided insulation against extreme cold. Small ears and a short tail reduced heat loss from exposed extremities. A thick layer of fat beneath the skin stored energy for the lean winter months. The massive curved tusks, which could reach over 4 meters in length, served multiple purposes: fighting rivals, clearing snow to reach buried vegetation, and perhaps as display structures to attract mates. Mammoths were keystone species in the steppe tundra ecosystem, meaning their activities shaped the environment for countless other organisms. Their grazing maintained the grasslands, preventing trees from encroaching on the steppe. Their movement patterns created trails that other animals followed. Their dung fertilized the soil, promoting plant growth. When mammoths died, their carcasses provided food for scavengers, and eventually enriched the earth with nutrients. The entire ecosystem was in a sense built around these enormous animals. Their disappearance would have cascading effects that we're still working to understand. Human hunters certainly targeted mammoths and other megafauna. Archaeological sites across the mammoth steppe have yielded evidence of mammoth hunting: butchered bones, mammoth bone huts, ivory tools and ornaments. Some researchers have argued that human hunting was the primary cause of megafauna extinction, that our ancestors simply killed too many of these slow-reproducing animals, driving population after population to oblivion. This overkill hypothesis remains controversial, but there's no doubt that humans were capable of hunting megafauna effectively, and did so regularly. However, the timing of megafauna extinction suggests that the story is more complicated than simple overkill. In the Americas, where humans arrived relatively late, megafauna extinctions do seem to coincide suspiciously closely with human arrival. But in Africa and Asia, where humans and megafauna coexisted for hundreds of thousands of years, the extinctions came much later and were less complete. African elephants and Asian rhinos survived into the modern era, even if barely. This pattern suggests that climate change, specifically the dramatic environmental shifts at the end of the Ice Age, played a crucial role. The megafauna that disappeared were precisely those that were most dependent on the Ice Age ecosystems: the mammoth steppe, the cold-adapted forests, the landscapes that vanished when the glaciers retreated and the climate warmed. The truth is probably that both factors were involved. Human hunting and climate change together created a perfect storm that the megafauna couldn't survive. The climate changes eliminated habitats and food sources, fragmenting populations and reducing their numbers. Human hunting applied additional pressure to animals that were already struggling. Neither factor alone might have been sufficient to cause extinction, but together they proved lethal. The animals that survived, deer, bison, caribou, moose, were those that could adapt to the changing conditions and that reproduced quickly enough to withstand hunting pressure. The specialists, the giants, the animals that had evolved for a world that was disappearing, could not adapt quickly enough and had no future. The extinction of the megafauna was part of the larger catastrophe that ended the Ice Age world. Just as the land bridges would drown and the coastlines would flood, the characteristic animals of the glacial period would vanish from Earth forever. The humans who survived would remember them, in cave paintings that captured their images with remarkable accuracy, in stories that spoke of great beasts in the time before time, in the mammoth bone houses that would puzzle archaeologists millennia later. But the living animals themselves would be gone, leaving behind only bones and frozen carcasses preserved in the permafrost, tantalizing glimpses of a world that we can reconstruct but never truly know. This, then, was the world that stood on the brink of destruction 20,000 years ago. A world of ice and cold, of vast glaciers and lowered seas, of land bridges connecting continents and coastlines extending far beyond their present positions. A world inhabited by megafauna that would soon be extinct, and by human communities that would soon face the greatest challenge in their history. A world that seemed stable and permanent, but was actually balanced on a knife's edge, waiting for the forces of change to tip it into chaos. The stage is set. The actors are in place. Now we need to understand the mechanism that would trigger the catastrophe, the glacial lakes that formed behind walls of ice, the climate fluctuations that weakened those walls, and the eventual collapse that released floods of unimaginable power across the landscape. The world you've been exploring is about to be transformed beyond recognition. The ice is about to let go, and everything, absolutely everything, is about to change. Now that we've painted a picture of the frozen world as it existed at its peak, it's time to zoom in on the territories that were destined to disappear. These weren't marginal wastelands at the edges of civilization, quite the opposite. These were often prime real estate by Ice Age standards, rich in resources, accessible by foot, and home to thriving human communities that had no idea they were living on borrowed land. The ocean was coming for them, and when it arrived, it would be patient, relentless, and absolutely merciless. Let's start with Doggerland, the sunken realm between Britain and continental Europe, because this particular lost world has captured the imagination of archaeologists and the general public alike. There's something almost mythical about the idea that fishermen in the North Sea are dragging up artifacts from a drowned civilization. Except it's not myth at all. It's happening regularly, and the evidence keeps accumulating in museum collections across Europe. The name Doggerland comes from Dogger Bank, a large sandbank in the North Sea that represents one of the higher areas of this submerged landscape. Today, Dogger Bank lies about 15 to 30 metres below the surface, shallow enough that it's been a productive fishing ground for centuries, which is precisely why we have so many artefacts from this vanished land. When your fishing nets keep snagging on mammoth bones and flint tools instead of cod, eventually someone starts asking questions. The answers, as it turned out, rewrote our understanding of European prehistory. At its maximum extent during the last glacial maximum, Doggerland connected the British Isles to mainland Europe across a vast lowland plain. We're not talking about a narrow land bridge here. This was a substantial territory, roughly the size of modern-day Netherlands, Belgium and Denmark combined. If you could somehow drain the southern North Sea today, you would expose an ancient landscape complete with river valleys, hills, marshlands, and even the remnants of forests. The rivers Thames and Rhine, which today empty separately into the sea, once joined together in Doggerland and flowed northward as a single massive river system before reaching the Atlantic. The terrain of Doggerland varied considerably across its extent. In the south, near what is now the English Channel, which was itself dry land for much of this period, the landscape was hillier and more varied. Further north, toward the centre of what is now the North Sea, the land was lower and flatter, characterised by marshes, lakes and meandering rivers. This wasn't frozen tundra for most of its history. During warmer interludes, Doggerland would have been covered with forests of birch, pine and eventually oak as conditions ameliorated. The climate was cool but livable, not unlike modern Scotland or Scandinavia. Good luck finding a Starbucks naturally, but by the standards of the era, this was perfectly acceptable territory for human habitation. And humans did indeed inhabit it. The evidence for Mesolithic occupation of Doggerland is now overwhelming. Fishing boats have recovered not just animal bones, but worked flint tools, bone harpoons, antler mattocks, and even fragments of woven fish traps. In 1931, a trawler operating about 40 kilometres off the Norfolk coast brought up a lump of peat containing a barbed antler point, a sophisticated hunting weapon that had been lying on the seabed for over 8,000 years. This wasn't a random piece of flotsam that had fallen off a passing boat. This was a tool that someone had made and used on dry land, in a world that no longer exists above water. More recently, systematic underwater surveys have begun to map the submerged landscape in remarkable detail. Using seismic scanning technology and multi-beam sonar, researchers have identified buried river channels, lake beds, and even what appear to be settlement sites beneath the seafloor sediments. In 2019, one particularly ambitious project recovered a remarkably preserved Mesolithic site from the edge of a now submerged river channel, including wooden artifacts that had been preserved by the anaerobic conditions of the seabed. Wood, unlike stone, almost never survives in archaeological context on land because it simply rots away. The waterlogged conditions of the North Sea floor had preserved materials that would have disintegrated millennia ago in normal circumstances. The picture that emerges from all this evidence is of a thriving Mesolithic culture that exploited Doggerland's rich resources for thousands of years. These people were hunter-gatherers, but that term can be misleading if it conjures images of desperate nomads eking out a marginal existence. The Doggerland Mesolithic was a sophisticated adaptation to a productive environment. Fish were abundant in the rivers and coastal waters. Red deer, wild boar and aurochs roamed the forests. Waterfowl gathered in huge numbers in the marshlands. Hazelnuts, which preserve well archaeologically, appear in enormous quantities at Mesolithic sites, suggesting they were a dietary staple. This wasn't exactly a 5-star resort, but by hunter-gatherer standards it was a pretty good deal. The settlements of Doggerland's inhabitants were probably semi-permanent rather than fully sedentary. People likely moved seasonally to exploit different resources, following game migrations, harvesting hazelnuts in autumn, fishing during spawning runs, but some locations show evidence of repeated occupation over many generations, suggesting that certain spots were particularly favoured. These might have been located at confluences of rivers, near productive fishing grounds, or at points where game migration routes crossed convenient hunting locations. Whatever the specific reasons, people kept coming back to the same places, generation after generation, for thousands of years. What made Doggerland particularly attractive for settlement was its position at the intersection of multiple ecological zones. To the south lay the more temperate regions of what would become France and the Low Countries. To the north, the colder landscapes of Scandinavia began. Doggerland itself occupied a middle zone where resources from both regions overlapped. Migratory birds passing between breeding grounds in the Arctic and wintering areas in Africa would have paused in Doggerland's wetlands, creating seasonal bonanzas for hunters. Fish spawning in the rivers created similar opportunities at predictable times each year. The people living here would have developed calendars of a sort, not written, but remembered, passed down through generations as knowledge of when to be where to catch what. The technology of these Doggerlanders, as revealed by recovered artifacts, was sophisticated by Mesolithic standards. The bone harpoons found on the seabed show remarkable craftsmanship, with carefully shaped barbs designed to lodge in flesh and prevent escape. The flint tools demonstrate extensive knowledge of stoneworking techniques, including the production of microliths, tiny standardized blades that could be fitted into composite tools like arrow shafts or knife handles. This wasn't primitive scraping and bashing. This was precision engineering using the materials available, refined over generations of trial and improvement. We know remarkably little about the social organisation of Doggerland communities, simply because social organisation doesn't fossilise very well. But we can make reasonable inferences from comparable modern hunter-gatherer societies and from the archaeological evidence we do have. Groups were probably organised around kinship networks, with families joining into bands that hunted and travelled together. Marriage likely occurred between bands, creating networks of alliance and obligation that extended across the landscape. Territorial boundaries probably existed in some form, not rigid borders with customs checkpoints obviously, but understood divisions of space that assigned certain hunting grounds to certain groups. Disputes over territory, resources, and perceived slights undoubtedly occurred, because humans are humans regardless of their technological level. How they resolved these disputes without courts or police forces is an interesting question without a clear answer. Religion and ritual almost certainly played important roles in Doggerland life, though their specific forms are largely unknown. Burial practices offer our best window into spiritual beliefs, and the few Doggerland burials that have been recovered show considerable care taken with the dead. Bodies were positioned deliberately, sometimes accompanied by grave goods, tools, ornaments, the occasional red ochre pigment that seems to have had ritual significance across many prehistoric cultures. These weren't people who simply dumped their dead in the nearest convenient hole. They believed something about death and what came after, even if we can't reconstruct exactly what that something was. The flooding of Doggerland happened gradually but inexorably. As the ice sheets melted and sea levels rose, the lowest lying portions of this land were the first to go. The marshlands became estuaries. The estuaries widened into bays. The bays merged with the advancing sea. For the people living through this process, the changes might not have been dramatic on a day-to-day basis. The sea rises a few centimetres per year, which is barely noticeable over a human lifetime. But accumulated across generations, the effects were unmistakable. Hunting grounds that your grandparents spoke of no longer existed. The path to the mainland that your great-grandparents had walked was now underwater. The world was shrinking, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Some researchers have proposed that specific catastrophic events accelerated the final demise of Doggerland. Around 8,200 years ago, a massive underwater landslide off the coast of Norway, the Storegga Slide, triggered a tsunami that would have devastated any remaining low-lying portions of Doggerland. Wave heights of 5 to 10 metres have been estimated for the Scottish coast, and the effects on the low-lying flatlands of Doggerland would have been even more severe. A tsunami of this magnitude hitting a marshy lowland would have been absolutely devastating, potentially wiping out communities and rendering large areas permanently uninhabitable due to saltwater contamination of freshwater sources. Whether this event delivered the final blow to an already shrinking territory, or simply accelerated an ongoing process, Doggerland was finished. By around 8,000 years ago, what remained was a series of shrinking islands, and soon even these disappeared beneath the waves. The final survivors of Doggerland didn't drown, they migrated. As their homeland shrank, people moved either east toward continental Europe or west toward the British Isles. Both regions show evidence of population influx during the Mesolithic, and it's tempting to see these newcomers as refugees from the drowned lands. Britain, which had been connected to the mainland for all of human history up to this point, became an island. The cultural and biological connections between Britain and the continent continued through boat travel, of course, but the easy overland connection was gone forever. Anyone wanting to visit their cousins on the other side now needed a watercraft, which unsurprisingly put something of a damper on casual family reunions. But Doggerland, impressive as it was, represents only the European chapter of a global story. On the opposite side of the planet, a far larger territory met the same fate. This was Sunderland, the drowned subcontinent of Southeast Asia, and its scale makes Doggerland look like a puddle by comparison. To understand Sunderland, you first need to appreciate the current geography of Southeast Asia. Look at a map and you'll see a complex maze of islands, peninsulas, and seas. Indonesia alone comprises over 17,000 islands. The Philippines consists of more than 7,000. Malaysia is split between a peninsula and a portion of Borneo. The waters between these land masses are relatively shallow, mostly less than 50 metres deep, which seems like an odd geological coincidence until you realise it's not a coincidence at all. These shallow seas mark the location of a former landmass that drowned when the Ice Age ended. At the last glacial maximum, when sea levels were 120 metres lower than today, Sunderland emerged from beneath these shallow waters as a continuous landmass extending from mainland Southeast Asia to encompass all of modern Indonesia west of Wallace's Line. We're talking about approximately 1.8 million square kilometres of additional land, an area equivalent to the entire Indian subcontinent or more than twice the size of Texas. This wasn't some frozen wasteland clinging to the edge of habitable territory. This was tropical rainforest, river systems and coastal plains located precisely on the equator, enjoying warm temperatures and abundant rainfall throughout the Ice Age when much of the world was locked in ice. The rivers of Sunderland were among the largest in the world during the Ice Age. The Sunda River, which no longer exists, drained much of this vast lowland and would have rivaled the Amazon in its discharge. The ancient courses of these rivers have been mapped using sonar surveys of the seafloor, revealing drainage systems that extended for hundreds of kilometers across what is now open ocean. These rivers would have supported rich ecosystems: fish, freshwater dolphins, crocodiles, and the full complement of tropical aquatic life. They would also have served as natural highways for human populations, providing easy routes for travel and trade across the vast lowland plains. The biodiversity of Sunderland would have been extraordinary even by tropical standards. The region today, fragmented into islands and partially deforested, still ranks among the most biodiverse places on Earth. During the Ice Age, when the entire area was connected and covered in continuous forest, the variety of life would have been even more impressive. Orangutans, elephants, rhinoceroses, tigers, and countless other species ranged freely across a landscape that today survives only in fragments. The endemic species found on individual islands, pygmy elephants on Borneo, dwarf buffalo on Sulawesi, evolved after the flooding isolated populations that had once been connected. The bizarre biogeography of modern Southeast Asia is a direct consequence of the drowning of Sunderland. And humans were there too. Archaeological evidence suggests that modern humans reached Sunderland at least 65,000 years ago, making it one of the earliest regions outside Africa to be colonized by our species. By the time of the last glacial maximum, human populations had been living in this region for over 40,000 years, plenty of time to develop sophisticated adaptations to the tropical environment and to spread across the entire extent of the subcontinent. Life in Ice Age Sunderland would have been radically different from life in Doggerland. Where the Europeans bundled up in furs and huddled around fires, the inhabitants of Sunderland dealt with heat, humidity, and the challenges of tropical living. Clothing requirements were minimal, possibly just enough for protection and modesty rather than thermal necessity. Shelter needed to protect against rain and provide shade rather than retain warmth. Food preservation was more challenging in the heat, but the sheer abundance of tropical resources may have made storage less critical. You don't need to stockpile for winter when there is no winter, only subtle variations between wet seasons and dry seasons. The forests of Sunderland would have teemed with food sources for those who knew where to look. Fruit trees, root vegetables, nuts, and edible leaves offered plant resources year-round. Game was abundant: deer, wild pigs, tapirs, and countless smaller animals could be hunted with the same techniques used by tropical hunter-gatherers everywhere. The rivers offered fish, freshwater shellfish, and the occasional crocodile for those feeling particularly ambitious or foolish. Coastal areas provided access to marine resources: fish, crabs, oysters, and sea mammals that added protein and variety to the diet. This wasn't exactly an all-you-can-eat buffet, but by the standards of human prehistory it was pretty close. The dense tropical forests of Sunderland would have shaped human lifeways in distinctive ways. Visibility in thick jungle is limited, which affects hunting strategies. Ambush hunting and trapping work better than pursuit hunting when you can't see your prey until you're nearly on top of it. Travel is difficult through dense vegetation, making waterways particularly important as transportation corridors. Settlements probably clustered along rivers and coastlines, where movement was easier and resources were concentrated. The interior forests may have been hunting grounds visited on expeditions rather than permanent habitation zones. We have tantalizing glimpses of Sunderland's inhabitants from the cave sites that have survived above water in the mountainous interiors of the surviving islands. Nia Cave in Borneo, for example, has produced human remains and artifacts dating back over 40,000 years, evidence of continuous or repeated occupation through the entire period of Sunderland's existence as dry land. The deep skull found at Nia, dating to approximately 37,000 years ago, represents one of the earliest modern humans known from Southeast Asia. Other caves have produced rock art, tool assemblages, and burial sites that hint at complex cultural traditions we can only partially reconstruct. What were these people like? Unfortunately, the archaeological record from Sunderland is almost entirely underwater, which presents certain challenges for excavation. What we have instead is evidence from the mountainous interiors of the surviving islands, Borneo, Sumatra, Java, where cave sites have preserved traces of human occupation from this period. These sites reveal people who were skilled hunters and gatherers, creating sophisticated stone tools, producing rock art, and in some cases practicing deliberate burial of the dead. The genetic and linguistic diversity of modern Southeast Asian populations suggests a complex history of population movements and interactions, some of which undoubtedly trace back to the Sunderland period. Some researchers have speculated that Sunderland may have been a major centre of human cultural innovation during the late Pleistocene. The logic runs as follows. A large, productive tropical environment with abundant resources and a stable climate would support large human populations. Large populations generate more innovations through random variation alone. The tropical environment would encourage the development of plant manipulation, possibly including early forms of cultivation, as people managed useful trees and gardens around their settlements. When the flooding came and displaced these populations, they may have carried their innovations with them, spreading them to new territories. This is speculative, of course. We can't excavate the heart of Sunderland because it's under 50 metres of ocean. But the circumstantial evidence is intriguing. The earliest evidence of plant domestication in Southeast Asia appears shortly after the flooding of Sunderland, in the mountainous regions where refugees from the lowlands would have settled. The remarkable maritime capabilities of Austronesian peoples, who eventually colonized islands across the Pacific and Indian Oceans, may have developed in response to the fragmentation of their homeland into islands. The great diaspora of Austronesian peoples, which spread languages and cultures from Madagascar to Easter Island, began precisely in the region where Sunderland once stood. Coincidence? Perhaps, but it's a suggestive coincidence. The flooding of Sunderland was even more prolonged than the drowning of Doggerland, simply because there was so much more land to submerge. The process began around 19,000 years ago, as global sea levels started rising from their Ice Age low point. By 14,000 years ago, significant portions of the lowlands had already flooded. The final phases of inundation came in pulses, with particularly rapid rises around 14,000 and again around 11,000 years ago. By approximately 8,000 years ago, the geography of Southeast Asia looked essentially as it does today, with the former Sunderland lowlands transformed into the shallow seas of the Sunda Shelf. For the people living through this process, the changes would have been impossible to ignore. A rise of even 1 metre in sea level would have pushed the coastline kilometres inland across the flat terrain. River deltas would have transformed into bays. Coastal settlements would have needed to relocate to higher ground. The hunting and gathering territories that had supported communities for generations would have shrunk and eventually disappeared entirely. Over the course of 5,000 years or so, an area larger than the Indian subcontinent vanished beneath the waves. Where did the people go? Upward and outward. They climbed into the mountainous interiors of the islands that remained above water, the regions that today form the cores of Borneo, Sumatra, Java, and the other major Indonesian islands. They also developed increasingly sophisticated maritime technology, building boats capable of crossing the expanding straits between the newly created islands. The forced adaptation to a maritime lifestyle may have laid the groundwork for the extraordinary seafaring cultures that would eventually spread Austronesian peoples across half the planet. The memory of this catastrophe may have persisted in the mythology of the region. Various Southeast Asian cultures tell stories of great floods that destroyed former worlds, of lands that sank beneath the sea, of ancestors who survived by climbing to mountaintops or building boats. Like flood myths elsewhere, these stories may blend multiple sources, local flooding events, observed sea level rise, and perhaps even cultural memories of the drowning of Sunderland transmitted across hundreds of generations. The connection is unprovable but tantalizingly possible. The Orang Laut, or sea nomads of Southeast Asia, offer a fascinating window into how maritime adaptation might have developed in response to the flooding of Sunderland. These communities have lived aboard boats for countless generations, spending most of their lives on the water and coming ashore only for specific purposes. Their extraordinary diving abilities, extensive knowledge of marine environments, and boat-based social organisation represent an extreme adaptation to life in the fragmented archipelago that formed when Sunderland drowned. Whether the Orang Laut are direct descendants of Sunderland's coastal populations or later arrivals who adopted maritime lifestyles, they demonstrate how completely human cultures can adapt to radically changed environments. The languages of modern Southeast Asia also bear traces of the Sunderland past. The Austronesian language family, which includes Malay, Indonesian, Filipino languages, and the tongues spoken across Polynesia, appears to have originated somewhere in the Taiwan-Philippines region, precisely the area where Sunderland's northern margins would have met the Asian mainland. The great seafaring expansion that carried Austronesian languages across the Pacific and Indian Oceans may have begun as a response to the flooding of ancestral homelands, with maritime skills developed through necessity becoming the foundation for one of history's most remarkable human dispersals. Now let's travel north to the third great land bridge of the Ice Age world, Beringia, the connection between Asia and North America. Unlike Doggerland and Sunderland, Beringia's primary significance lies not in the communities that lived there permanently, but in what passed through it. This was the gateway through which humans first entered the Americas, the bridge that transformed two empty continents into the future homes of countless civilizations. Not bad for a chunk of frozen tundra, really. At its maximum extent during the last glacial maximum, Beringia stretched over 1,000 kilometers from north to south. This wasn't a narrow isthmus that you could sprint across in an afternoon. The eastern portion of Siberia and the western portion of Alaska were joined by a broad expanse of land that emerged when lowered sea levels exposed the shallow continental shelf of the Bering and Chukchi Seas. The landscape was dominated by the so-called Mammoth Steppe, a cold, dry grassland ecosystem that has no modern equivalent. This was tundra, certainly, but productive tundra, supporting large herds of grazing animals and the human hunters who followed them. The Mammoth Steppe environment was created by a combination of factors that no longer exist together anywhere on Earth. Cold temperatures and low precipitation kept trees from growing, but the ground wasn't permanently frozen as deeply as it is in modern Arctic regions. The result was a grassland that could support massive herds of herbivores: mammoths, horses, bison, caribou, and the longhorned bison known as steppe bison. Predators followed the herds: wolves, lions, yes, lions, the cave lion ranged across Beringia, bears, and of course humans. The ecosystem was productive enough to support substantial populations of both animals and people, which is precisely why humans were able to live in and cross through this region. The humans who inhabited Beringia during the Ice Age were the ancestors of all Native Americans. Genetic and archaeological evidence suggests they originated in northeastern Asia and expanded into Beringia during a relatively narrow window of time, probably between 25,000 and 20,000 years ago. For thousands of years they lived in Beringia as a distinct population, isolated from their Asian source by the glacial conditions to the west, and prevented from moving further east by the massive ice sheets that covered Canada. This period of isolation, sometimes called the Beringian standstill, lasted long enough for the founding population to develop distinctive genetic markers that would be passed on to their descendants throughout the Americas. Life in Beringia wasn't easy by any means. This was still the high Arctic during an ice age after all. Winters were brutally cold, with temperatures plunging to minus 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. Daylight disappeared almost entirely for months at a time during the polar winter, though the endless summer days offered some compensation. Finding enough food to survive required constant effort, tracking migrating herds, hunting dangerous animals with Stone Age weapons, processing kills quickly before they froze solid or were claimed by predators. Shelter, clothing, and fire were constant necessities rather than occasional conveniences. The archaeological record from Beringia is sparse but revealing. Sites in central Alaska and northeastern Siberia have produced evidence of human occupation dating back at least 14,000 years, and possibly considerably earlier. The tools found at these sites show connections to Asian traditions, as we might expect from a population that originated in northeastern Siberia, but also demonstrate adaptations to the specific challenges of the Beringian environment. Large bifacial points, suitable for hunting mammoths and other big game, appear alongside smaller tools for processing hides and preparing plant foods. Bone needles indicate that fitted clothing was being manufactured, an absolute necessity in this climate, where exposed skin would freeze in minutes during the winter months. The dwellings of Beringian people were probably similar to those used by later Arctic peoples, semi-subterranean structures dug into the ground for insulation, with frameworks of bone or driftwood covered in hides. The permafrost, while challenging for construction, actually helped preserve archaeological sites by freezing organic materials that would normally have decomposed. Frozen sites in Beringia have yielded wooden tools, plant remains, and even pieces of clothing and rope that give us a much more complete picture of daily life than we typically get from Stone Age contexts. Food storage was critical in this environment. The long winters meant that food acquired during the productive summer months had to last for half the year or more. Meat could be frozen easily, too easily sometimes when you wanted to eat it, and caches of food might be buried in the permafrost to keep it safe from scavengers. Smoking, drying, and rendering fat were additional preservation techniques that would have been familiar to anyone living in this region. The calories required to survive an Arctic winter are substantial, and obtaining those calories required careful planning and significant effort during the months when hunting was possible. And yet people thrived here for thousands of years. They developed specialized hunting techniques adapted to the local prey. They created tools suited to the harsh environment. They built social networks that allowed them to survive the inevitable failures and shortages of an unpredictable subsistence economy. They had children and raised families and told stories around fires just like humans everywhere else. They probably had no idea they were standing at the gateway to empty continents, waiting for the ice to open a path into a new world. They were just living their lives, doing what humans do, in one of the most challenging environments our species has ever inhabited. The opening of the Americas to human colonization happened as the Ice Age began to wane, sometime between 16,000 and 13,000 years ago. The exact route remains debated. Some researchers favour a coastal migration along the Pacific shore, while others argue for an ice-free corridor between the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets in interior North America. Perhaps both routes were used at different times by different groups. What's certain is that once the barriers came down, humans spread across the Americas with remarkable speed. Within a few thousand years, people had reached the southern tip of South America, over 15,000 kilometres from their starting point in Beringia. Not bad for folks travelling on foot without GPS or road signs. The flooding of Beringia followed the same pattern as elsewhere. As the glaciers melted and sea levels rose, the low-lying land bridge disappeared beneath the waters of the Bering Strait. By approximately 11,000 years ago, Asia and North America were separated by open water, and they have remained separate ever since. The people of the Americas were now isolated from their Old World relatives, cut off by 55 miles of frigid ocean that, while not impossible to cross, presented a significant barrier to casual contact. The cultural developments that occurred in the Americas over the following millennia, the rise of agriculture, the emergence of complex societies, the construction of pyramids and cities, happened in almost complete isolation from the parallel developments occurring in Europe, Asia, and Africa. When Europeans finally crossed the Atlantic at the end of the 15th century, they encountered civilizations that had evolved independently for over 10,000 years. The Aztecs, Incas, Maya, and hundreds of other indigenous peoples traced their ancestry back to those Ice Age hunters who had crossed Beringia and spread across 2 continents. The land bridge that had made all this possible was long gone, submerged beneath the sea that now separated the descendants of the first Americans from their distant Asian cousins. But Doggerland, Sunderland and Beringia were only the most dramatic examples of land lost to post-glacial flooding. Similar stories played out on every coastline around the world, each with its own local character and its own human cost. Let's take a brief tour of some of these other vanished territories, because the global scale of the flooding is part of what makes this event so significant. The Persian Gulf barely existed during the last glacial maximum. What is now a shallow sea was then a river valley, watered by the combined flows of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they wound their way toward a gulf that was much smaller and located much further to the southeast. This Gulf oasis, as some researchers have called it, would have been an attractive environment for human settlement, a well-watered lowland in a region that was otherwise dominated by desert and semi-desert. The flooding of this valley pushed human populations inland, concentrating them in the river valleys of Mesopotamia, where, a few thousand years later, they would develop some of the world's earliest cities and the first writing systems. Coincidence? Possibly not. The Mediterranean Sea itself was smaller and differently shaped during the Ice Age, with coastal plains extending outward from all its shorelines. The Adriatic Sea between Italy and the Balkans was mostly dry land, crossed by the Po River on its way to a Mediterranean shoreline that was far to the south. The Aegean Sea was dotted with land bridges connecting Greece to Turkey and creating a complex geography of islands and peninsulas quite different from today's arrangement. The flooding of these coastal plains would have displaced substantial populations throughout the Mediterranean basin. In Asia, the Yellow Sea and East China Sea were dry land, meaning that China's coastline extended hundreds of kilometres east of its current position. Japan was connected to the Asian mainland via land bridges to Korea and Sakhalin, meaning the Japanese archipelago was technically part of continental Asia, rather than a separate island chain. Taiwan was connected to mainland China. All of these connections flooded as sea levels rose, creating the maritime geography of East Asia that we know today. Australia, already isolated as a continent, was nonetheless connected to New Guinea and Tasmania by land bridges that flooded at the end of the Ice Age. The Greater Australian landmass, sometimes called Sahel, contracted to its current extent as the seas rose, leaving Aboriginal Australians, Papuans and Tasmanians on separate land masses that would develop distinct cultures in relative isolation. The connection between Australia and Tasmania deserves particular attention because of what happened after it flooded. The Aboriginal Tasmanians, isolated on their island after the seas rose around 10,000 years ago, developed in complete separation from mainland Australia for nearly 400 generations. Over this period, their technology actually simplified in some ways. They lost or abandoned bone tools, for instance, that were common among their mainland relatives. This isn't evidence of regression or inferiority, it's evidence of adaptation to a different environment where certain tools weren't needed. But it does illustrate how isolation can lead cultural traditions in unexpected directions. The Tasmanians were still fully modern humans with complex languages, rich spiritual traditions, and sophisticated knowledge of their environment. They just developed differently than their mainland cousins, separated by a strait that their ancestors had once crossed on foot. The flooding of the Bass Strait between Tasmania and mainland Australia would have been a gradual process, similar to what occurred in Doggerland. Low-lying areas flooded first, turning what had been a continuous landmass into a narrowing isthmus, then a chain of islands, and finally open water. The last people to make the crossing would have needed boats, and indeed, there's evidence that watercraft were in use in this region well before the land bridge disappeared entirely. But at some point, the crossing became too difficult or too dangerous, and the populations on either side lost contact. They wouldn't meet again until European colonization brought them into the same catastrophic encounter with a technologically advanced invading culture. Even the landlocked regions experienced geographic transformations as the Ice Age ended. The Great Lakes of North America owe their existence to glacial processes and the meltwater floods that accompanied deglaciation. The Black Sea, which may have experienced a particularly dramatic flooding event when the Mediterranean broke through the Bosphorus, transformed from a freshwater lake to a saltwater sea. Some researchers have proposed that this Black Sea flood, which may have occurred around 7,600 years ago, was particularly rapid and catastrophic, possibly a model for the biblical flood narrative, given the proximity to early agricultural civilizations in Mesopotamia. This theory remains controversial, with debate over whether the flooding was as sudden as proposed, but it illustrates how localized flooding events may have contributed to cultural memories of catastrophic inundation. The Caspian Sea and Aral Sea, remnants of much larger water bodies during wetter periods, contracted to their current diminished extents. Where Ice Age lakes had covered vast areas, modern salt flats and desert basins now mark the locations of vanished waters. Lake Bonneville in Utah, mentioned earlier, shrank to become the Great Salt Lake, still impressive, but a fraction of its former size. The Dead Sea, already the lowest body of water on Earth, dropped even further as its tributary rivers diminished. These weren't floods in the rising sense, but they were part of the same global hydrological transformation that reshaped coastlines everywhere. The point is that the flooding of the Lost Lands wasn't a local event affecting a few unfortunate coastal communities. It was a global transformation that reshaped every coastline on Earth, displaced populations everywhere, and fundamentally altered the geography within which human history would unfold. The world that emerged from the Ice Age was physically different from the world that had existed before, smaller in landmass, larger in ocean area, with continents and islands in their current familiar positions rather than the strange configurations of the glacial period. What would it have been like to live through this transformation? For any individual human being, the changes would have been subtle and gradual, a few centimetres of sea level rise per year, maybe a metre in a lifetime. Not dramatic enough to make you run for the hills on any given day, but accumulated across generations, the changes would have been unmistakable and traumatic. The fishing grounds where your grandfather learned his trade? Underwater now. The seasonal camp where your family gathered hazelnuts every autumn? Flooded. The burial site of your ancestors? beneath the waves, the path to the neighbouring territory where you traded for stone or found a spouse, gone. Human memory is short in some ways and long in others. We forget the details of daily life quickly, but we remember the big events, the traumas, the triumphs, the turning points. The drowning of the lost lands was exactly the kind of event that would stamp itself on cultural memory and refuse to fade. Not a sudden catastrophe that killed everyone in a single dramatic moment, but a slow-motion disaster that each generation experienced and passed on to the next. A story of loss and displacement that accumulated weight and power with each retelling. This, more than anything else, may explain why so many cultures around the world tell stories of great floods. Not a single universal flood that covered the entire Earth simultaneously, but hundreds of local floods, each one devastating to the people who experienced it, each one remembered and retold until the stories merged and mixed and became the flood myths we know today. Noah, Gilgamesh, Manu, Deucalion, Nuwa. Different names, different details, but the same basic story. The waters rose, the world drowned, and a remnant survived to tell the tale. Consider for a moment how these stories would have originated and been preserved. An elder telling children about the lands that used to exist beyond the horizon, where their grandparents' grandparents once hunted and gathered. The story passed on, embellished perhaps, adapted to new circumstances and new landscapes, but retaining its core. The waters came, the old world disappeared, we are the descendants of those who survived. After a few dozen generations, the specifics would have blurred. Which river flooded, exactly how far the waters rose, what year it happened. But the emotional core would have remained. There was a catastrophe. It changed everything, and we are here because our ancestors found a way through. The ubiquity of flood myths has sometimes been used as evidence for a literal global flood of the sort described in the Bible. All of humanity sharing the memory of a single event that nearly wiped out the species. This interpretation doesn't hold up to scientific scrutiny for numerous reasons, not least the physical impossibility of enough water existing on Earth to cover all the land to the heights described in such accounts. But the alternative explanation, that independent local floods created similar myths around the world, is almost more remarkable when you think about it. The post-glacial sea level rise was so extensive, so widespread, so consistently devastating, that it imprinted itself on cultural memory across almost every corner of the globe. What makes a story survive for 10,000 years? It must be dramatic enough to capture attention, important enough to seem worth remembering, and retellable enough that each generation wants to pass it on. The drowning of the lost lands met all three criteria. It was certainly dramatic. The destruction of entire landscapes, the displacement of whole populations, the transformation of the familiar world into something unrecognizable. It was obviously important. Understanding that the waters could rise without warning was potentially life-saving information. And it was eminently retellable, a story with heroes and tragedy, with survival against the odds, with a clear before and after that gave shape to history itself. The lost lands are gone now, visible only through the efforts of underwater archaeologists and seabed surveyors. We walk their former hills when we swim in the North Sea, sail over their river valleys when we cruise the Indonesian archipelago, fly above their grassy plains when we cross the Bering Strait. The people who lived there left almost no monuments, no written records, no lasting traces except the occasional artifact dragged up by a fishing net or exposed by a shifting sandbar. But they were there, living full human lives in landscapes that no longer exist, and they were the ones who first experienced the catastrophe that we're only now beginning to understand. Modern technology is beginning to reveal the lost lands with unprecedented clarity. Multibeam sonar, which bounces sound waves off the seafloor to create detailed topographic maps, has revealed the ancient river channels and lake basins buried beneath sediments. Sub-bottom profilers can peer beneath the seafloor itself, detecting layers of sediment that tell the story of changing environments over time. Remotely operated vehicles equipped with cameras can explore sites that are too deep or too dangerous for human divers, bringing back footage of landscapes that haven't seen sunlight since the Ice Age ended. The North Sea has become a particularly active area for this kind of research. Projects like the Europe's Lost Frontiers initiative have systematically surveyed portions of the Doggerland landscape, identifying ancient river channels, potential settlement sites, and areas where organic materials might be preserved. In some locations, peat deposits on the seafloor have preserved pollen, seeds, and even wood from the forest that once covered this land. These materials can be radiocarbon dated and analysed, providing surprisingly detailed information about the environment of a world that vanished over 8,000 years ago. Similar work is beginning in other regions, though the scale of the task is daunting. The entire continental shelf of the world, the shallow margins around every landmass that would have been exposed during the Ice Age, represents potential lost territory. Most of this area has never been systematically surveyed for archaeological purposes. We are literally only scratching the surface of what might be preserved beneath the waves. The next century of underwater archaeology may reveal more about human prehistory than everything we've learned from land-based excavations to date. What we already know is remarkable enough. The lost lands weren't empty wilderness waiting to be discovered. They were home to established human communities with their own cultures, technologies, and ways of life. These people didn't disappear when their lands flooded. They moved, adapted, and contributed to the populations that would eventually build the civilizations we know from history. The genetic and cultural heritage of the drowned communities lives on in their descendants, even if the specific memories of their homelands have faded into myth. In our next chapter, we'll turn our attention from the drowned lands to their inhabitants, not the humans, but the other creatures that shared the Ice Age world. The megafauna, the great beasts that defined the ecosystems of the glacial period and then vanished almost completely as that world ended. Mammoths and mastodons, saber-toothed cats and giant sloths, woolly rhinoceroses and cave bears. Their story is intertwined with the story of climate change and human expansion, and their extinction marks the end of an ecological era that had lasted for millions of years. The flooding was only part of the catastrophe. The loss of the great beasts was another, and understanding it will bring us closer to grasping the full scope of what happened when the Ice Age finally let go. The lands we've been exploring weren't empty landscapes waiting passively for their watery fate. They were teeming with life, and not just any life, but creatures so enormous, so improbable, so magnificently oversized that if you described them to someone unfamiliar with paleontology, they might assume you were making things up. We're talking about the megafauna, the great beasts of the Ice Age, animals that make modern elephants look modestly proportioned, and that would have given any sensible human being excellent reasons to stay inside their shelter after dark. The term megafauna technically refers to any animal weighing more than 45 kilograms, which by that definition would include horses, cows, and that really large dog your neighbour insists is friendly. But when paleontologists talk about Ice Age megafauna, they're usually referring to the really spectacular specimens, the mammoths and mastodons, the saber-toothed cats and cave bears, the giant ground sloths and armoured glyptodonts. These were the headline acts of the Pleistocene, the creatures that dominated landscapes across every continent except Antarctica, and their disappearance at the end of the Ice Age represents one of the most dramatic extinction events in Earth's recent history. Let's start with the most iconic of all Ice Age animals, the woolly mammoth. If you've ever seen a reconstruction in a museum or a documentary, you have some idea of what these creatures looked like, though it's worth noting that we actually have remarkably good information about mammoth appearance thanks to frozen specimens preserved in Siberian permafrost. We don't have to guess what colour their hair was, or how their ears were shaped. We have actual mammoth tissue, sometimes still pliable after tens of thousands of years in nature's deep freeze, that tells us exactly what these animals looked like in life. The woolly mammoth stood about 3 to 4 metres tall at the shoulder, roughly the same size as a modern African elephant, though the two species weren't particularly closely related. What distinguished the mammoth was its adaptation to cold climates, the famous shaggy coat of long-guard hairs over a dense undercoat that provided insulation against Arctic temperatures. Those iconic curved tusks, which could reach lengths of over 4 metres, served multiple purposes including clearing snow to reach buried vegetation, fighting with rivals during mating season, and probably impressing potential mates. The ears were notably smaller than those of tropical elephants. Large ears are great for radiating excess heat, which is the last thing you need when it's -40 outside. Similarly, the tail was short and well-furred, minimising exposed surface area where body heat could escape. The mammoth's digestive system was essentially a mobile fermentation vat, designed to extract maximum nutrition from the tough, fibrous vegetation of the mammoth steppe. Like modern elephants, mammoths were hindgut fermenters, meaning they processed plant material in an enlarged cecum, rather than in a multi-chambered stomach like cattle. This wasn't exactly the most efficient digestive strategy. Hindgut fermenters extract less nutrition from their food than ruminants do, but it allowed mammoths to process enormous quantities of relatively low-quality forage. An adult mammoth might consume over 200 kilograms of vegetation per day, which is quite a lot of grass by anyone's standards. We know what mammoths ate because, remarkably, some frozen specimens have preserved stomach contents that can be analysed. The menu included grasses, sedges, shrubs and tree bark, basically whatever the mammoth steppe had on offer, which frankly wasn't exactly a gourmet selection. The animals were generalist herbivores, adapting their diet to seasonal availability. During the brief Arctic summer, fresh green growth provided better nutrition. During the long winter, mammoths survived on dried standing grass, woody browse, and whatever they could excavate from beneath the snow. Not exactly fine dining, but it kept them alive through conditions that would kill most modern large mammals within days. The social structure of mammoths probably resembled that of modern elephants, family groups of related females and their offspring, led by an experienced matriarch who knew where to find water, food, and shelter during different seasons. Males likely lived more solitary lives after reaching maturity, coming together with female groups during mating season. The famous mammoth graveyards that have been discovered, concentrations of mammoth bones in particular locations, might represent places where family groups returned generation after generation, or possibly locations where weakened or dying animals sought water or shelter. We'll never know for certain, but the social intelligence that characterises modern elephants was almost certainly present in their mammoth cousins. What makes the mammoth particularly fascinating from a human perspective is the extensive evidence of our relationship with these animals. Ice Age humans didn't just hunt mammoths occasionally, they built entire cultural systems around them. The mammoth bone houses of Ukraine and Russia, dating from around 15,000 years ago, are architectural statements as much as practical shelters. These structures used mammoth skulls, tusks and long bones as building materials, creating frameworks that were covered with hides to produce sturdy, insulated dwellings. Some of these houses contained the bones of dozens of individual mammoths, representing either many successful hunts or careful collection of bones from animals that died naturally. The ivory from mammoth tusks was carved into tools, ornaments, and artwork that reveals both practical skill and genuine artistic sensibility. The Lion Man of Hohensteinstadel, a 40,000-year-old figurine carved from mammoth ivory, depicts a human figure with a lion's head, evidence of symbolic thinking and religious imagination in people who lived alongside mammoths as a matter of daily life. Mammoth ivory beads and pendants appear at sites across Eurasia, suggesting that these ornaments were traded over considerable distances. The mammoth was not just a food source, it was woven into the cultural fabric of Ice Age societies in ways that we're only beginning to understand. Hunting a mammoth was no casual undertaking. A full-grown adult weighed several tons, possessed tusks that could disembowel a human with a single sweep, and had the intelligence to recognize and avoid threats. The hunting strategies used by Ice Age peoples remain somewhat mysterious, but we can make educated guesses based on ethnographic analogies and archaeological evidence. Driving mammoths into bogs or snowdrifts where they became mired was one possible technique. Ambushing them at water sources or along known migration routes was another. Some researchers have proposed that early humans used fire to manipulate mammoth movements, driving them toward kill sites where hunters waited with heavy-tipped spears. The spears themselves were formidable weapons. Points made from flint, bone or ivory were hafted onto wooden shafts, sometimes using sophisticated binding techniques involving sinew and natural adhesives. The atlatl, or spear thrower, dramatically increased the range and penetrating power of these weapons, allowing hunters to strike from a safer distance. Even so, mammoth hunting must have been a high-risk activity. The animals were dangerous when threatened, and a wounded mammoth was probably more dangerous still. The fact that humans persisted in hunting these enormous animals speaks to both the value of the meat and materials obtained and the sophistication of the hunting techniques developed. The woolly mammoth wasn't the only proboscidean roaming Ice Age landscapes. In North America, the mammoth shared territory with its cousin, the American mastodon, a somewhat smaller animal with a different body shape and dietary preferences. While mammoths were grazers adapted to open grasslands, mastodons were browsers that preferred forested environments, feeding on twigs, leaves, and bark rather than grass. The two species occupied different ecological niches and could coexist in regions where both grassland and forest habitats were available. The mastodon's shorter, straighter tusks and more robust skull reflect its different lifestyle. This was an animal designed to push through dense vegetation rather than sweep away snow. Moving from the gentle giants to somewhat less gentle giants, let's talk about the predators that kept Ice Age herbivores appropriately nervous. The saber-toothed cat, specifically Smilodon, is probably the most famous of these, though the popular name is somewhat misleading. There were actually several different species of saber-toothed cats, and they weren't all closely related. The term describes a body type, large cats with elongated canine teeth, rather than a specific lineage. Convergent evolution produced saber-toothed predators multiple times in mammalian history, which tells you something about how effective the design was for killing large prey. Smilodon fatalis, the species most people think of when they hear saber-toothed tiger, was a formidable predator roughly the size of a modern lion but built quite differently. Those famous canines could reach lengths of over 17 centimetres, impressive until you realise that an animal with such enormous teeth in its upper jaw couldn't simply bite down like a normal cat. The jaws of Smilodon opened to an extraordinary gape of around 120 degrees, allowing those massive teeth to clear the lower jaw and sink into prey. The killing technique was probably quite different from that of modern big cats, which typically suffocate their prey with a throat bite. Smilodon likely used those saber teeth to inflict deep stab wounds in the neck or belly of prey animals, causing rapid blood loss. Not exactly the most elegant dining experience, but effective. The body of Smilodon was built for power rather than speed. Shorter legs, massive shoulders, and powerful forelimbs suggest an ambush predator that relied on strength rather than pursuit. This makes sense given the prey available. You don't need to outrun a mammoth or a giant ground sloth, but you definitely need the muscle to wrestle one down once you've grabbed it. The La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles have yielded thousands of Smilodon bones, suggesting that these animals were attracted to prey animals that became trapped in the sticky asphalt. Easy meals that unfortunately often became traps for the predators as well. The tar preserved their bones beautifully, which is convenient for paleontologists if not for the cats themselves. The hunting behaviour of Smilodon has been reconstructed through careful analysis of its skeleton and comparison with modern predators. The robust build and powerful forelimbs suggest this was an animal that grabbed and held prey rather than chasing it down over long distances. The relatively weak jaw muscles, unusual for a cat, make more sense when you consider those enormous canines. A powerful bite would risk breaking those teeth, which were impressive but also somewhat fragile. Instead, Smilodon probably used its neck muscles to drive those sabres into prey, the entire weight of the body behind the strike. Analysis of healed injuries on Smilodon bones reveals a pattern consistent with dangerous encounters with struggling prey: broken ribs, damaged vertebrae, and fractured limbs that healed but must have been excruciating at the time. The social behaviour of Smilodon is harder to determine, but some evidence suggests these animals may have lived in groups. Several Smilodon specimens show evidence of healed injuries that would have prevented hunting, implying that other individuals were providing food while the injured animal recovered. Solitary predators that suffer hunting injuries typically die. Only social species can afford the luxury of recovery time. Whether Smilodon lived in lion-like prides or smaller family groups remains unknown, but some level of cooperative behaviour seems likely. But Smilodon wasn't the only large predator stalking Ice Age landscapes. The American lion, Panthera atrox, was even larger, possibly the biggest cat that ever lived, weighing up to 350 kilograms. Unlike Smilodon, this was a true lion, closely related to the modern African lion and probably similar in behaviour and hunting strategy. Cave paintings from Europe depict lions without manes, suggesting that Ice Age lions may have lacked the impressive hair that characterises modern male African lions. Whether American lions had manes remains unknown, since we don't have the kind of frozen specimens that preserve soft tissue details. The dire wolf, Canis dirus, was the canine counterpart to these big cats. Larger and more robust than modern grey wolves, dire wolves were pack hunters that specialised in bringing down large prey through coordinated attacks. Like Smilodon, dire wolves are abundantly represented in the La Brea tar pits, suggesting they were common throughout Ice Age North America. Their extinction at the end of the Pleistocene left the grey wolf as the dominant large canine predator in North America, a changing of the guard that the grey wolves probably didn't appreciate having to compete for during the transition period. The short-faced bear, Arctodus simus, deserves special mention as perhaps the most terrifying predator of Ice Age North America. Standing up to 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder on all fours and weighing possibly over 900 kilograms, this was one of the largest land-based mammalian carnivores ever to exist. The short-faced name refers to the proportionally shorter snout compared to modern bears, which gave the animal a somewhat cat-like facial profile. Those long legs, unusually long for a bear, suggest this was an animal built for covering ground efficiently. Whether Arctodus was primarily a hunter, a scavenger that intimidated other predators away from their kills, or some combination of both remains debated. Either way, encountering one in the wild would have been an experience most humans would prefer to avoid, assuming they had any choice in the matter. Now let's cross the world to see what Ice Age megafauna looked like on other continents, because the Pleistocene was a global phenomenon, and every region had its own cast of oversized characters. In Europe, the cave bear, Ursus spelaeus, was the dominant bear species, larger than modern brown bears and apparently fond of hibernating in caves, where their bones accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The name cave bear doesn't mean they lived in caves year-round. It just means that caves are where we find their remains, because that's where they died during hibernation. Cave bear bones are so common in some European caves that they were commercially mined as a source of phosphate fertilizer before anyone realized they were looking at Ice Age treasure rather than just agricultural input. The relationship between cave bears and Ice Age humans is fascinating and complex. Both species wanted to use caves for shelter, which inevitably led to conflict. Human-modified cave bear bones suggest hunting, or at least processing of bear carcasses. Conversely, the dangers of sharing space with large bears are evident in the defensive arrangements of some cave sites. The Cave of Chauvet in France contains not only spectacular paintings of Ice Age animals, but also the scratch marks and nests of cave bears who used the same spaces during different seasons. Art and danger coexisted in these underground worlds. The European cave hyena, Crocuta spelaea, was the spotted hyena's Ice Age cousin, essentially the same species but adapted to colder climates. These were formidable scavengers and hunters that competed with humans for cave shelter and for prey. Hyena dens have yielded enormous accumulations of bones, representing generations of animals dragging carcasses back to favoured locations. The chewed and gnawed bones at these sites provide indirect evidence of the megafauna community. Hyenas will eat almost anything, and their dens contain remains from a wide variety of species. The artwork left behind by Ice Age Europeans gives us an extraordinarily vivid window into the megafauna world. The caves of Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira contain paintings of horses, aurochs, bison, deer, lions, bears, rhinoceroses and mammoths rendered with remarkable skill and accuracy. These weren't crude stick figures. They were sophisticated artistic representations created by people who knew these animals intimately. The way a horse holds its head, the hump on a bison's shoulder, the curve of a mammoth's tusk, all of these details were captured by artists working by the light of animal fat lamps in the depths of the earth. Why did Ice Age people create this art? Theories abound. Hunting magic intended to ensure successful hunts, shamanic rituals connecting the human and animal worlds, simple aesthetic expression, teaching tools for young hunters, or territorial markers claiming caves for particular groups. The truth may be all of these or none. We can never fully enter the minds of people separated from us by hundreds of generations. What we can say with certainty is that these animals mattered deeply to the people who painted them. The megafauna weren't just meat sources, they were central to Ice Age cosmology and identity. The woolly rhinoceros, Chelodonta antiquitatis, was the mammoth's partner in cold-adapted megafauna. About the size of a modern white rhinoceros but covered in dense fur and equipped with a massive flattened horn, this animal was well suited to life on the frozen steppe. Like mammoths, frozen specimens have been recovered from Siberia, complete with fur and stomach contents. The woolly rhino was a grazer, using its horn to sweep snow aside and access the vegetation beneath. Cave paintings show these animals in recognizable detail, confirming what the frozen specimens tell us about their appearance. The giant deer, sometimes called the Irish elk, despite being neither exclusively Irish nor an elk, possessed the largest antlers of any deer that ever lived, spanning up to 3.6 meters from tip to tip and weighing around 40 kilograms. That's a lot of bone to carry around on your head, and it must have required enormous amounts of calcium and phosphorus to grow a new set every year. The Irish elk disappeared around 7,700 years ago, surviving somewhat longer than many other Ice Age megafauna, possibly because its preferred habitat in open parkland and grassland persisted into the early Holocene. When the forest closed in as the climate warmed, the giant deer, which needed open space to maneuver those ridiculous antlers, found itself without a home. South America, isolated from North America for most of the past 60 million years, developed its own unique megafauna that looked nothing like anything in the Northern Hemisphere. The Great American Biotic Interchange, which began when the Isthmus of Panama formed around 3 million years ago, allowed animals to move between the continents, but South America retained many of its endemic oddities well into the Ice Age. The giant ground sloths were perhaps the most spectacular of these South American originals. Multiple species existed, ranging from the merely large to the genuinely enormous. Megatherium americanum, the largest, stood about 6 meters tall when rearing on its hind legs and weighed approximately 4 metric tons. This was an animal the size of an elephant with the body plan of a sloth, massive limbs, huge curved claws, and a small head relative to its enormous body. Unlike their modern tree-dwelling relatives, giant ground sloths were too large to climb anything except maybe a gently sloping hill. They were primarily browsers, using their long arms and claws to pull down branches and strip leaves, though some evidence suggests they may have been occasional scavengers, or even predators of small animals. The claws of giant ground sloths were formidable weapons, and there's good evidence that these animals weren't as defenseless as their slow-moving modern relatives. A full-grown megatherium would have been a challenging target for any predator, and even the smaller ground sloth species were equipped with natural armament that made attacking them a risky proposition. Smilodon and other Ice Age predators certainly hunted ground sloths, as evidenced by cut marks on sloth bones, but this was presumably a high-risk, high-reward hunting strategy rather than a routine meal. The behaviour of giant ground sloths remains somewhat mysterious, since we can't observe living animals. However, their anatomy tells us quite a bit about their lifestyle. The massive pelvis and hindquarters suggest they spent considerable time in a semi-upright posture, rearing up to reach vegetation in trees. The powerful tail may have served as a tripod support during feeding, similar to how kangaroos use their tails. Trackways preserved in ancient sediments reveal a slow, shambling gait. Not surprising for an animal with such massive limbs and claws, but also show that ground sloths were capable of covering considerable distances across their range. Some ground sloth species may have been semi-aquatic. Thalassocnus, found in South America, shows adaptations for aquatic life, including denser bones for ballast, and modifications to the skull that suggest diving. This aquatic sloth probably grazed on seagrass and algae in coastal waters, an ecological niche completely unlike that of any modern sloth. The diversity of ground sloth lifestyles, from the enormous terrestrial megatherium to the aquatic Thalassocnus, to the smaller, more agile species that may have occupied forest edges, shows how successful this group was during the Pleistocene. Humans almost certainly interacted extensively with giant ground sloths in the Americas. Evidence of butchery appears on ground sloth bones at several sites, and the timing of ground sloth extinction correlates with human arrival. Some caves in South America contain both ground sloth remains and evidence of human occupation, suggesting that people and sloths competed for the same shelter. Whether humans actively hunted ground sloths or merely scavenged their carcasses remains debated, but some level of exploitation seems certain. The glyptodonts were essentially giant armadillos, though giant is an understatement. The largest species, Glyptodon, was about the size and shape of a Volkswagen Beetle, protected by a domed shell of fused bony plates that would have deflected most predator attacks. The tail was armoured too, and in some species ended in a bony club that could deliver devastating blows. Glyptodonts were herbivores, grazing on the South American pampas and presumably feeling fairly confident about their safety from predators. The shell alone could weigh several hundred kilograms, which gives you some idea of the total size of these animals. Toxodon, an animal that defies easy comparison to anything alive today, looked like someone had combined a rhinoceros with a hippo, and then decided that still wasn't weird enough. These were large herbivores, weighing around a metric ton, with a barrel-shaped body, short legs, and a rather small head for their size. They were probably semi-aquatic, spending time in rivers and lakes like modern hippos. Darwin himself collected Toxodon fossils during the voyage of the Beagle, and was reportedly baffled by the strange combination of features, which is understandable, since Toxodon belongs to an order of mammals, the Notungulata, that has no living representatives. The terror birds had died out before the Ice Age proper, but their successors, the large carnivorous mammals that filled predator niches in South America, were still around when humans arrived. The spectacled bear, which survives today as the only bear species in South America, was once accompanied by a larger relative, the short-faced bear Arctotherium, which rivaled its North American cousin in size. The marsupial saber-tooth, Thylacosmilus, had already gone extinct, outcompeted by placental cats that arrived from North America, but the South American predator guild remained formidable enough to give any Ice Age human pause. Australia, isolated for far longer than South America, had evolved megafauna that was entirely marsupial, pouched mammals that look strange by the standards of the placental mammals that dominate most of the world. The largest marsupial ever to exist, Diprotodon optatum, was roughly the size of a modern hippopotamus, though shaped more like an enormous wombat. These animals roamed the Australian interior in herds, grazing on the vegetation of landscapes that were considerably wetter during the Ice Age than they are today. Their extinction, which occurred around 44,000 years ago, well before the end of the last glaciation, probably coincided with the arrival of humans in Australia, making them the earliest casualties of the global megafauna die-off. Diprotodon was a remarkable animal by any standard. Those backward-facing pouches, characteristic of wombats and their relatives, would have been enormous in an animal of this size, potentially capable of carrying a joey the size of a modern dog. The feet were adapted for walking on soft ground, suggesting these animals frequented wetlands and lake margins. Fossil trackways show groups of Diprotodon travelling together, supporting the idea that they were social animals like many modern large herbivores. The feeding ecology of Diprotodon has been reconstructed through analysis of tooth wear and isotopes preserved in bone and enamel. These animals were primarily grazers, feeding on grasses and low shrubs rather than browsing on trees. Their preferred habitat appears to have been open woodland and savanna, precisely the environments that were shrinking as Australia's climate became more arid during the Pleistocene. Climate change alone might have stressed Diprotodon populations, but the timing of extinction so closely follows human arrival that hunting pressure was almost certainly a factor. Aboriginal Australian traditions contain references to large animals that no longer exist, and some researchers have suggested these might be cultural memories of megafauna. The rainbow serpent, a powerful figure in many Aboriginal creation stories, has been interpreted by some as a cultural memory of giant reptiles like Megalania, or giant snakes. Whether or not these interpretations are correct, Aboriginal Australians clearly arrived in a land populated by enormous animals unlike anything in their African homeland, and coexisted with them long enough to develop whatever relationships are preserved in oral traditions. The marsupial lion, Thylacoleo carnifex, was Australia's top predator during the Pleistocene. Despite the name, this wasn't actually related to true lions. It was a marsupial that convergently evolved a cat-like body plan and lifestyle. With powerful jaws capable of generating enormous bite force and specialized blade-like teeth for slicing through meat, Thylacoleo was a formidable hunter capable of taking down prey much larger than itself. The thumb claws were unusually large and retractable, suggesting this animal could climb trees and possibly ambushed prey from above. Giant kangaroos of the genus Procoptodon stood over 2 meters tall and weighed around 230 kilograms. Unlike modern kangaroos, which hop on elongated hind feet, these giants had shorter, more robust feet, and may have walked rather than hopped. Their faces were distinctly flat and short-snouted, giving them an appearance quite different from their living relatives. Megalania, a giant monitor lizard reaching lengths of possibly over 5 meters, was the largest land lizard ever to exist after the extinction of the dinosaurs. This was essentially a Komodo dragon scaled up to genuinely terrifying proportions. Now here's the crucial question, the one that has been debated by scientists for over a century. Why did all these magnificent animals disappear? The timing of megafauna extinction is remarkably consistent across continents. Most species disappeared within a few thousand years of either human arrival or the end of the last ice age, often both. This has led to two main hypotheses: the overkill hypothesis, which blames human hunters, and the climate hypothesis, which blames environmental change. The truth, as you might expect, is probably more complicated than either simple explanation suggests. The overkill hypothesis has a certain intuitive appeal. Humans are demonstrably capable of driving species to extinction. We've done it repeatedly in recorded history, from the dodo to the passenger pigeon. Ice Age humans were skilled hunters who had been perfecting megafauna hunting techniques for tens of thousands of years before spreading into regions where the animals had never encountered human predators. Naive prey that didn't know to fear humans would have been vulnerable to hunting pressure in a way that animals with long human coexistence were not. The timing evidence supports this in some cases. In Australia, megafauna disappeared around 44,000 years ago, long before the end of the Ice Age but suspiciously close to when humans first arrived on the continent. In the Americas, the extinctions coincide with human arrival around 13,000 years ago, again well before the final warming and long after humans had reached other continents. Madagascar and New Zealand, islands that weren't colonised by humans until much more recently, retained their megafauna until human arrival and then lost them rapidly. The pattern is striking. Wherever humans went, large animals disappeared, regardless of what the climate was doing. But the overkill hypothesis has problems too. In Africa and southern Asia, where humans and megafauna coexisted for hundreds of thousands of years, the extinctions were less severe. African elephants, rhinos, hippos, and various large cats survived into the modern era, despite humans hunting them throughout that entire period. If humans were simply too effective as hunters for megafauna to survive, why did the animals in our evolutionary homeland persist when those elsewhere did not? The obvious answer is that African megafauna evolved alongside humans and developed appropriate wariness and defensive behaviours, while naive populations elsewhere were caught off guard. But this still leaves questions about why some species survived and others didn't, even in the same regions. The climate hypothesis points to the dramatic environmental changes at the end of the Ice Age as the primary driver of extinctions. The ecosystems that supported megafauna, the mammoth steppe, the open woodlands, the savanna-like environments, were transformed or eliminated as the glaciers retreated and the climate warmed. Animals adapted to cold, dry conditions found themselves in a world that was warm and wet, with different vegetation and different seasonal patterns. The specialist species, those most precisely adapted to Ice Age conditions, would have been most vulnerable to these changes. Consider what the environmental transformation at the end of the Ice Age meant for these animals. The mammoth steppe, that vast expanse of cold grassland that had supported enormous populations of grazers, didn't just warm up, it fundamentally changed character. As temperatures rose and precipitation patterns shifted, trees and shrubs invaded the grasslands. For animals adapted to grazing on open steppes, this was a disaster. Their food source was being replaced by vegetation they couldn't easily digest. The open landscapes where they could spot predators from a distance were becoming closed forests where ambush was easy. Everything about their world was changing, and it was changing fast by evolutionary standards. The evidence for climate-driven extinction is also substantial. The megafauna extinctions correlate with specific climate events, particularly the rapid warming at the end of the Younger Dryas around 11,700 years ago. Previous glacial-interglacial transitions had also stressed megafauna populations, causing range contractions and population declines that are visible in the genetic record. The most vulnerable species were those with narrow ecological requirements, the specialists rather than the generalists. Species like reindeer and musk oxen, which could adapt to a range of conditions, survived, while more specialized grazers like the woolly mammoth did not. Genetic studies of ancient DNA from megafauna populations reveal a troubling pattern: declining diversity in the thousands of years before final extinction. Mammoth populations, for example, show signs of inbreeding and genetic bottlenecks that suggest they were already in trouble before humans delivered the final blow. Climate change was fragmenting their habitat, isolating populations on islands of suitable habitat surrounded by unsuitable terrain. Each isolated population was more vulnerable to local extinction, and once extinct, couldn't be replaced by immigration from elsewhere. The writing was on the wall for these animals long before the last individual died. But the climate hypothesis also has weaknesses. Megafauna had survived numerous previous glacial cycles, experiencing similar environmental changes multiple times over the past several million years. Why would this particular transition be different? The answer might be that previous transitions hadn't occurred in the presence of widespread human hunting pressure. The combination of climate stress and human predation could have been lethal even when either factor alone would have been survivable. This is where most modern researchers have landed. It was probably both. Climate change stressed megafauna populations, reducing their numbers and fragmenting their habitats. Human hunting applied additional pressure to already struggling populations. Neither factor alone might have caused extinction, but together they created a perfect storm that the megafauna couldn't survive. The precise balance between the two factors probably varied by species and by region. Human hunting might have been more important in some cases, climate change more important in others, but the interaction between them was crucial. The last survivors of various megafauna species offer poignant glimpses of extinction in slow motion. Woolly mammoths persisted on Wrangel Island, off the coast of Siberia, until approximately 4,000 years ago, well into the era of Egyptian pyramids and Bronze Age civilizations. These island mammoths had dwarfed over time, a common phenomenon when large animals become isolated on islands with limited resources. The Wrangel Island mammoths were roughly the size of modern Asian elephants, smaller than their mainland ancestors, and their genomes show signs of the inbreeding and genetic deterioration that plagued small, isolated populations. They were the last of their kind, eking out existence on a remote Arctic island while the rest of the world had moved on. Similar patterns appeared elsewhere. Steppe bison survived in pockets of suitable habitat until just 400 years ago, overlapping with European exploration of Siberia. Giant deer persisted in parts of Siberia until around 7,700 years ago, millennia after their extinction in Western Europe. Ground sloths survived on Caribbean islands until approximately 5,000 years ago, long after their mainland relatives had vanished. These relic populations demonstrate that extinction wasn't instantaneous. It was a process that played out over thousands of years, with isolated groups holding on in refugia, while the species as a whole spiraled toward oblivion. The implications for modern conservation are sobering. Many of today's large animals face similar combinations of climate change and human pressure. Elephants, rhinoceroses, tigers, and countless other species are experiencing habitat loss, climate disruption, and hunting pressure that echo the conditions that doomed the Pleistocene megafauna. The difference is that we understand what's happening and have the capacity, if we choose to use it, to prevent history from repeating itself. Whether we'll make that choice remains to be seen. There's also a third factor that's often overlooked: cascading ecosystem effects. The megafauna weren't just passive participants in their ecosystems, they were keystone species that shaped the environment for countless other organisms. Mammoths and other large herbivores maintained the mammoth steppe through their grazing, preventing trees from encroaching on grasslands. When they disappeared, the ecosystem itself changed, which affected every other species in the food web. Predators lost their prey base, scavengers lost their food source. Plants that had evolved alongside large herbivores found themselves in a world without the grazing pressure that had shaped them. Modern rewilding experiments have shown us just how profoundly large herbivores shape their environments. In regions where large grazers have been reintroduced or protected, the effects ripple through entire ecosystems. Grazing prevents woody plants from taking over grasslands. Browsing shapes the structure of forests. Trampling creates habitat heterogeneity that benefits species requiring different microenvironments. The dung of large herbivores feeds countless insects, which in turn feed birds and small mammals. When you remove the megafauna, you're not just losing a few species, you're fundamentally altering the ecological stage on which all other species perform. The mammoth steppe itself was a creation of the megafauna as much as their habitat. Mammoths, horses, bison, and other grazers kept the tundra grassy by eating tree seedlings and trampling shrubs. Their grazing recycled nutrients through their dung, fertilizing the grasslands. Their movements through snow exposed the ground to cold winter air, keeping the permafrost frozen and stable. When the megafauna disappeared, the mammoth steppe transformed. Trees and shrubs invaded the former grasslands. The permafrost began to thaw as it was no longer exposed to winter cold. An entire biome vanished, not because of climate change directly, but because the animals that maintained it were gone. We see echoes of this process in modern conservation challenges. The removal of large herbivores from African savannas leads to bush encroachment that threatens grazing species and the predators that depend on them. The decline of whale populations affected nutrient cycling in the oceans, with impacts that are still being studied. The loss of wolves from Yellowstone led to ecological changes that reversed when wolves were reintroduced. In ecosystem after ecosystem, the importance of large animals to environmental function becomes clear, and the Ice Age extinctions removed large animals from ecosystems around the world simultaneously. The loss of megafauna may have triggered additional extinctions that appear to be climate-related, but were actually secondary consequences of the primary extinctions. When the mammoths disappeared, the caves where cave lions had dens might have become unsuitable. When the giant ground sloths vanished, the predators that specialized in hunting them lost their primary prey. The ecosystem unraveled from multiple directions simultaneously, making it difficult to assign blame to any single cause. What we're left with is a picture of catastrophic change on multiple fronts. The climate was transforming rapidly, more rapidly than at any point the megafauna had experienced during their evolutionary history. The habitats they depended on were shrinking, fragmenting, and changing character, and at the same time a new predator, us, was spreading across the planet with sophisticated weapons and the capacity for organized, coordinated hunting. The megafauna were caught between multiple hammers, and the anvil beneath them was crumbling. The extinction of the Ice Age megafauna represents one of the great tragedies of natural history. These were magnificent animals, products of millions of years of evolution, perfectly adapted to worlds that no longer exist. We see them now only in bones and frozen specimens, in cave paintings and museum reconstructions. The living landscapes of the Pleistocene, with their herds of mammoths and mastodons, their prowling saber-toothed cats and giant short-faced bears, their bizarre ground sloths and armoured glyptodonts, exist only in our imaginations and in the patient work of paleontologists piecing together evidence of vanished worlds. The discovery of megafauna fossils has been part of human experience for millennia, though our ancestors didn't always know what they were looking at. Ancient Greek writers described the bones of giants, which were almost certainly fossils of mammoths or mastodons. Medieval Europeans interpreted mammoth bones as the remains of fallen angels or ancient heroes. Indigenous peoples across the Americas had their own interpretations of the massive bones that occasionally eroded from riverbanks or were exposed by digging. The scientific understanding of these fossils as the remains of extinct animals is a relatively recent development, dating only to the late 18th and early 19th centuries when comparative anatomy developed enough to recognize fossil bones for what they were. The recognition that entire species could go extinct was itself a revolutionary idea. Before the work of Georges Cuvier and other early paleontologists, the dominant belief was that extinction was impossible. God wouldn't create animals only to let them disappear. The mammoth and mastodon provided crucial evidence that extinction was not only possible, but had happened repeatedly throughout Earth's history. These Ice Age giants became poster children for the new science of paleontology, capturing public imagination and driving further research into Earth's prehistoric past. Today, the study of Ice Age megafauna continues to yield new insights through advanced technologies. Ancient DNA analysis can reveal not just what species existed, but their population sizes, genetic health, and evolutionary relationships. Stable isotope analysis of bones and teeth reconstructs diet and migration patterns. Microscopic analysis of wear patterns on teeth reveals what plants animals were eating. Computer modelling helps researchers understand how populations responded to environmental changes. Each new technique adds another layer of understanding to creatures that walked the Earth alongside our ancestors. There are even serious discussions about de-extinction, using genetic engineering to bring back species like the woolly mammoth. Whether such efforts are desirable or even possible remains hotly debated, but the very fact that we're having these conversations shows how much the Ice Age megafauna still capture our imagination. These were magnificent animals, the largest land creatures that modern humans have ever encountered, and their loss diminishes the biological richness of our planet. Whether we can or should try to bring them back is a question for another time, but the impulse behind such projects speaks to a deep sense of loss that connects us to those Ice Age hunters who watch the great beasts disappear. The connection to our larger story should be clear by now. The flooding of the lost lands, the rising of the seas, the transformation of coastlines and continents, all of this was part of the same global environmental catastrophe that killed the megafauna. The world that drowned beneath the rising waters was the world where mammoths grazed and saber-toothed cats hunted. The climate change that raised sea levels and flooded continental shelves also transformed the interior ecosystems where megafauna lived. And the human populations that were displaced by flooding were the same populations whose hunting was contributing to megafauna decline. Everything was connected, everything was changing, and the humans who lived through this transformation found themselves in a world that was radically different from the one their grandparents had known. The great beasts were disappearing, the familiar landscapes were vanishing beneath the waves, the climate itself seemed to have gone mad, with conditions that had been stable for thousands of years suddenly and dramatically changing. Is it any wonder that virtually every culture on Earth preserved memories of this catastrophe? Is it any wonder that flood myths and stories of vanished golden ages appear in traditions from every continent? Our ancestors lived through one of the most dramatic environmental transformations in the history of life on Earth. They witnessed the death of a world, the world of ice and megafauna, of land bridges and lowered seas, and the birth of the world we know today. That experience left marks that are still visible in our cultural memory 12,000 years later. In the chapters ahead, we'll examine more closely the specific mechanisms that drove this transformation, the glacial lakes that formed behind walls of ice, the sudden climate shifts that weakened those walls, and the catastrophic floods that reshaped landscapes when the barriers finally failed. But for now, take a moment to contemplate the world we've lost, a world where mammoths still trumpeted on frozen steppes, where saber-toothed cats stalked through primeval forests, where giant sloths stripped leaves from trees with their massive claws, where humans shared their world with creatures that seem almost mythological to us today. That world is gone, the ice melted, the waters rose, the great beasts died, and from the ruins of that vanished world our world was born. The story of how that happened, and what it meant for the humans who lived through it, continues in our next chapter, where we'll turn our attention to the specific tipping points that triggered the catastrophe. So far, we've explored a world that was fundamentally different from our own, a planet dominated by ice, where sea levels were dramatically lower, where land bridges connected continents, and where magnificent megafauna roamed landscapes that would soon disappear. We've watched this world begin to change, seen the slow rise of waters that would eventually drown the lost lands, and witnessed the decline of the great beasts that had defined Ice Age ecosystems. But we haven't yet examined the specific mechanism that would transform gradual change into sudden catastrophe. We haven't yet met the ticking time bombs that were building behind walls of ice, waiting for the moment when those walls would fail. The glacial lakes of the late Pleistocene were unlike anything that exists on Earth today. These weren't ordinary lakes that you might paddle across in a canoe or around which you might build a pleasant vacation home. These were inland seas, bodies of fresh water so vast that they dwarfed anything in the modern world, held in place by dams made not of concrete or earth, but of solid ice. And when those ice dams failed, as ice dams inevitably do when temperatures rise, they released floods of a scale that the modern mind struggles to comprehend. Let's start with the largest and most consequential of these glacial lakes, Lake Agassiz. If you've never heard of Lake Agassiz, don't feel bad. It hasn't existed for about 8,000 years. But in its time, this lake was one of the most significant bodies of water on the planet, a freshwater sea that covered more territory than all of the modern Great Lakes combined. At its maximum extent, Lake Agassiz stretched across what is now Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Ontario, North Dakota, Minnesota, and portions of several other states and provinces. We're talking about approximately 440,000 square kilometres of surface area, larger than the Caspian Sea, larger than any lake that exists today. The name comes from Louis Agassiz, the 19th century naturalist who was among the first to recognise the evidence of past ice ages in the geological record. Agassiz never saw the lake that would bear his name, of course. It had drained thousands of years before he was born. But the evidence of its former existence was written clearly on the landscape of central North America, in ancient shorelines etched into hillsides, in lake-bottom sediments covering vast areas of the prairies, and in the catastrophic drainage channels that still scar the terrain. Lake Agassiz formed as the Laurentide ice sheet began to retreat from its maximum extent. The meltwater from the shrinking glacier had to go somewhere, and much of it accumulated in the depression between the retreating ice front and the higher ground to the south and west. The ice sheet itself formed the northern and northeastern shore of the lake, acting as a dam that prevented the water from draining toward Hudson Bay. As long as that ice dam held, the water accumulated, the lake grew, and the pressure against the frozen barrier increased year by year. The depth of Lake Agassiz varied considerably across its extent and over time, but in places it reached over 200 metres, deep enough to swallow a 50-storey building with room to spare. The volume of water contained in the lake at any given moment depended on the balance between inflow from melting ice and outflow through whatever drainage routes were available. At its maximum, Lake Agassiz may have contained as much as 163,000 cubic kilometers of fresh water. For comparison, Lake Superior, the largest of the modern Great Lakes, contains about 12,000 cubic kilometers. Lake Agassiz was playing in an entirely different league. The formation of Lake Agassiz was a gradual process that accelerated as warming intensified after the last glacial maximum. Initially, meltwater from the shrinking ice sheet formed countless smaller lakes and ponds across the landscape. As the ice retreated further, these smaller bodies of water merged, their surfaces rising as more and more meltwater accumulated. The shorelines of the growing lake can still be traced today as ancient beach ridges crossing the prairies of Manitoba and the Dakotas, parallel lines of sand and gravel that mark where waves once lapped against shores that are now hundreds of kilometers from any water. These ancient shorelines tell a story of a lake that grew and shrank multiple times, its level fluctuating as different outlet channels opened and closed. When the lake found a new, lower outlet, its level would drop rapidly, leaving the former shoreline high and dry. When outlets became blocked by ice or sediment, the lake would fill again, creating new beaches at higher elevations. The result is a complex staircase of abandoned shorelines, each one representing a different stage in the lake's tumultuous history. The ecosystem of Lake Agassiz would have been remarkably productive for a body of water in such a cold climate. Glacial lakes are typically low in nutrients. The water is essentially melted ice, nearly distilled in its purity, but Lake Agassiz persisted long enough for nutrient cycles to develop. Fish populations would have colonized the lake from river systems to the south. Birds would have gathered along its marshy shores during migrations. The ancestors of the indigenous peoples who would later thrive in this region undoubtedly exploited the resources of the lake and its margins, fishing its waters and hunting the animals that came to drink at its shores. But Lake Agassiz wasn't alone. Across the northern hemisphere, wherever glaciers were retreating, similar lakes were forming. In North America, Lake Missoula in Montana, Lake Bonneville in Utah, and numerous smaller glacial lakes dotted the landscape. In Europe, the Baltic Ice Lake occupied much of what is now the Baltic Sea, held back by ice blocking the connection to the Atlantic. In Siberia, massive glacial lakes formed in front of retreating ice sheets, their waters eventually draining toward the Arctic Ocean. Each of these lakes represented a potential catastrophe waiting to happen, a vast reservoir of water pressing against a dam that could fail at any moment. The Baltic Ice Lake was the European equivalent of Lake Agassiz, though somewhat smaller. At its maximum extent, this glacial lake covered an area roughly equivalent to the modern Baltic Sea, but its water was entirely fresh, fed by meltwater from the retreating Fennoscandian ice sheet. The lake was dammed to the north and west by remnants of the ice sheet, and to the south by the land connection between Scandinavia and Denmark. When this ice dam finally failed, the waters of the Baltic Ice Lake rushed into the Atlantic, creating yet another pulse of fresh water that may have contributed to climate instability. The drainage of the Baltic Ice Lake happened in stages, creating a complex history that geologists have only recently begun to unravel. The first major drainage occurred around 11,600 years ago, roughly coinciding with the end of the Younger Dryas. This lowered the lake level by about 25 meters, exposing new coastlines and transforming the geography of what is now the Baltic region. Subsequent drainage events occurred as the ice continued to retreat and new outlets opened, eventually allowing the Atlantic to flood in and transform the freshwater lake into the brackish sea we know today. In Siberia, glacial lakes formed behind ice dams in river valleys that normally drained northward to the Arctic Ocean. These lakes are less well studied than their North American and European counterparts, partly because of the remoteness of the region, and partly because the evidence has been obscured by subsequent geological processes. But the basic pattern was similar. Ice blocked normal drainage routes, water accumulated behind the ice, and when the ice eventually failed, catastrophic flooding resulted. One particularly dramatic example is the drainage of glacial lakes in the Altai Mountains of southern Siberia. Here, geological evidence points to flooding events on a scale comparable to the Missoula floods, with giant ripples, catastrophic erosion features, and massive sediment deposits testifying to the power of the released waters. These Altai floods drained into the Arctic Ocean basin, potentially affecting ocean circulation in ways that are still being investigated. The global network of glacial lakes during the late Pleistocene represented an enormous reservoir of potential energy, water held at elevation by ice dams that were fundamentally unstable. Every one of these lakes would eventually drain, releasing its stored water into the ocean system. The only questions were when the drainage would occur and how catastrophic the release would be. Some lakes drained gradually as their ice dams melted slowly. Others drained catastrophically when their dams failed suddenly. The cumulative effect of all these drainage events was to raise global sea level by over 100 meters, while simultaneously disrupting ocean circulation patterns and climate systems in ways that we're still working to understand. The ice dams that held back these lakes were not static structures. Ice flows, deforms, and melts in response to temperature and pressure. A dam that seems stable one year might develop cracks and weaknesses the next. Warming water can carve tunnels through ice from below, invisible erosion that suddenly gives way without warning. The weight of water pressing against an ice dam creates stresses that the ice may or may not be able to withstand. Every ice dam is eventually doomed to failure. The only questions are when and how dramatically. When an ice dam fails, the result is what geologists call a jökulhlaup, an Icelandic word that translates roughly to glacier run, but fails to convey the sheer apocalyptic scale of what such events can involve. Modern jökulhlaups, which still occur occasionally in Iceland and other glaciated regions, are dangerous localized events that can destroy roads, bridges, and small settlements. The glacial lake outburst floods of the late Pleistocene were something else entirely, events so powerful that they reshaped continental geography and left scars on the landscape that remain visible after 12,000 years. The Missoula floods provide the best documented example of these catastrophic outbursts, largely because the evidence for them was so dramatic that even skeptical geologists eventually had to accept what had happened. Lake Missoula formed repeatedly during the late Pleistocene as an ice lobe of the Cordilleran ice sheet, blocked the Clark Fork River Valley in what is now northern Idaho. Each time the ice advanced, the valley behind it filled with water. Each time the ice dam failed, the accumulated water released in a flood of almost incomprehensible power. At its maximum, Lake Missoula covered approximately 7,800 square kilometers and contained roughly 2,500 cubic kilometers of water. Smaller than Lake Agassiz, but still enormous by any normal standard. The lake filled relatively quickly, fed by the Clark Fork River and runoff from surrounding mountains. The ice dam that held it back was substantial, perhaps 600 meters thick in places, but ice is ultimately no match for the relentless pressure of deep water. Eventually, inevitably, the dam would fail. The failure mechanism for Lake Missoula's ice dam has been studied extensively. As the lake deepened, water pressure at the base of the dam increased. At a certain critical depth, this pressure became sufficient to lift the ice dam slightly off its bed, allowing water to flow underneath. Once flow began, the process became self-reinforcing. The flowing water melted ice from below, enlarging the passage. More water flowed through the enlarged passage, causing more melting. The trickle became a stream, the stream became a torrent, and within hours the dam was undermined and collapsing. The scale of these floods is difficult to convey in words. At peak discharge, the Missoula floods may have released water at rates exceeding 17 million cubic meters per second, roughly 10 times the combined flow of all the rivers in the world today. The water roared across eastern Washington at speeds that may have exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, stripping away soil, carving channels through solid basalt, and depositing boulders the size of houses dozens of kilometers from their source. The entire drainage process from full lake to empty basin may have taken as little as 2 days. Imagine an area the size of a small country being completely inundated, scoured to bedrock, and then drained dry, all within a long weekend. The landscape left behind by the Missoula floods is now known as the channeled scablands, and it remains one of the most dramatic examples of catastrophic flooding anywhere on Earth. Deep channels called coulees cut through the basalt plateau, their walls hundreds of meters high in places. Dry waterfalls mark locations where temporary cataracts plunged over cliffs during the floods, including dry falls, which at over 5 kilometers wide and 120 meters high, would have been the largest waterfall on the planet during flood events, making Niagara Falls look like a leaky faucet by comparison. Giant current ripples, formed by the turbulent flow of water, stretch across the landscape in patterns visible from aircraft or satellite imagery. The channeled scablands cover an area of approximately 40,000 square kilometers in eastern Washington state. From the air, The landscape looks like it was attacked by a giant with a rake. Parallel channels separated by elongated ridges, the whole pattern oriented in the direction of water flow. The channels, called coulees, range from small gullies to enormous canyons kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep. In places, the floodwater carved entirely new channels through solid basalt, ignoring the pre-existing river valleys entirely when they proved insufficient to carry the volume of water. The deposits left by the Missoula floods are equally dramatic. Enormous bars of gravel, some reaching heights of over 100 meters, accumulated where the floodwaters slowed enough to drop their sediment load. Erratic boulders, some weighing hundreds of tons, were carried downstream by the floods and deposited dozens of kilometers from their source. In the Willamette Valley of Oregon, where the floods backed up behind a narrow gap in the Cascade Range, thick deposits of silt settled out of the ponded water, creating some of the most fertile agricultural land on the Pacific coast. The evidence for the Missoula floods was so extraordinary that geologists initially refused to believe it. J. Harlan Bretz, who first proposed the catastrophic flood hypothesis in the 1920s, spent decades defending his ideas against a scientific establishment that considered catastrophism unfashionable and preferred gradualist explanations for geological features. The idea that a single flood, or even multiple floods, could carve features that should have taken millions of years of normal erosion seemed impossible, but the evidence kept accumulating. The giant ripples, the enormous erratic boulders, the rhythmites in lake sediments downstream that recorded repeated flood events. Eventually, even the skeptics had to concede that Bretz had been right all along. He received the Penrose Medal, geology's highest honour, in 1979, when he was 96 years old. Sometimes science moves slowly, even when the evidence is literally carved into the landscape. The Missoula floods weren't a single event, but a repeating cycle. As long as the Cordilleran ice sheet continued to advance and retreat, Lake Missoula formed and drained repeatedly. Geological evidence suggests that there may have been as many as 40 separate flooding events over a period of about 2,000 years, each one catastrophic by any normal standard, each one adding another layer of sediment to the flood deposits downstream. The people living in this region, and there were people, as archaeological evidence confirms, would have witnessed these floods repeatedly. Imagine the stories that must have been told about the wall of water that came from nowhere, the sound like continuous thunder, the landscape transformed overnight into something unrecognizable. But the Missoula floods, as dramatic as they were, affected a relatively limited geographic area. The real global consequences came from the drainage events of Lake Agassiz, which were large enough to affect not just local geography, but global climate patterns. And to understand those events, we need to understand what was happening to the climate during the final stages of the Ice Age, including a bizarre episode of renewed cooling that interrupted the warming trend and set the stage for even more catastrophic flooding when it finally ended. The Younger Dryas is one of the most fascinating and controversial episodes in recent Earth history. Named after a cold-tolerant flower, Dryas octopetala, whose pollen suddenly reappeared in European lake sediments from this period, the Younger Dryas was a dramatic return to glacial conditions that began approximately 12,900 years ago and lasted for about 1,300 years. Just when it seemed like the Ice Age was finally ending, winter came back with a vengeance, and it stayed for over a millennium. The onset of the Younger Dryas was remarkably sudden by geological standards. Ice core records from Greenland show that temperatures plummeted within decades, possibly within a single human lifetime. Imagine living through such a transition. Your grandparents told stories of a warming world, of ice retreating and new lands opening up, of game becoming more abundant in formerly frozen regions. Then, within the span of your own childhood and adolescence, everything reversed. The winters grew longer and harsher, the glaciers stopped retreating and began to advance again. The herds of reindeer and mammoths that had been moving north began migrating south again, driven by conditions that no one alive had ever experienced. The temperature drop during the Younger Dryas was not uniform across the globe. The regions most severely affected were those bordering the North Atlantic: Greenland, Iceland, Britain, Scandinavia, and northeastern North America. In these areas, average temperatures may have dropped by as much as 7 degrees, which is an enormous change by any standard. Winters became brutal, summers shortened dramatically, and the growing season for any plants that humans might have been cultivating or managing contracted to nearly nothing. In Greenland, where the best ice core records come from, The Younger Dryas shows up as a dramatic reversal in every climate indicator. The ratio of oxygen isotopes, which serves as a temperature proxy, shifts sharply toward values indicating colder conditions. The accumulation rate of snow drops as cold, dry air replaced warmer, moister conditions. Dust content in the ice increases, reflecting windier conditions and reduced vegetation cover. Even the chemistry of trapped air bubbles changes, recording shifts in atmospheric composition that reflect global ecosystem responses to the sudden cooling. Further from the North Atlantic, the effects of the Younger Dryas were less severe but still significant. Much of Europe experienced a return to near-glacial conditions, with permafrost advancing southward and forests retreating before the cold. In the Mediterranean region, increased aridity accompanied the cooling, stressing both natural ecosystems and the human communities that depended on them. Even regions as far away as South America and Australia show some evidence of climate anomalies during the Younger Dryas, though whether these represent teleconnections to North Atlantic changes or independent climate variability remains debated. The cause of the Younger Dryas remains debated, but the leading hypothesis involves, you guessed it, the catastrophic drainage of glacial lakes. The theory goes something like this. As the Laurentide ice sheet retreated, meltwater from Lake Agassiz and other glacial lakes initially drained southward through the Mississippi River system into the Gulf of Mexico. This was a manageable situation that didn't dramatically affect ocean circulation. But at some point, the retreating ice opened an eastern drainage route, possibly through the St. Lawrence River Valley or around the eastern margin of the ice sheet. When this happened, enormous volumes of fresh water suddenly flooded into the North Atlantic. The North Atlantic is a critical region for global climate because it is where the Gulf Stream, the warm current that keeps Western Europe much milder than its latitude would suggest, reaches its northern limit and sinks. The sinking of this warm, salty water drives the thermohaline circulation, a global pattern of ocean currents that redistributes heat around the planet. Fresh water is less dense than salt water and doesn't sink as readily. A massive influx of fresh water into the North Atlantic could have disrupted or even shut down the thermohaline circulation, cutting off the heat transport that keeps high-latitude regions relatively warm. The thermohaline circulation is sometimes called the global conveyor belt because of how it moves water around the planet. Warm surface water flows northward through the Atlantic, releasing heat to the atmosphere and becoming denser as it cools and as evaporation increases its salinity. In the Norwegian and Greenland seas, this dense water sinks to the deep ocean, where it flows southward and eventually spreads throughout the world's ocean basins. This deep water eventually rises back to the surface in other parts of the world, completing a cycle that takes roughly 1,000 years from start to finish. The amount of heat transported by this system is substantial, roughly equivalent to 1 million nuclear power plants operating continuously. Without it, temperatures in northwestern Europe would be perhaps 5 to 10 degrees colder than they are today, bringing conditions similar to those of Labrador or Siberia to regions that currently enjoy mild climates. The British Isles, which lie at the same latitude as frigid Labrador, owe their relatively balmy weather entirely to the Gulf Stream and its extension, the North Atlantic Drift. Turn off the heat conveyor and London starts to feel a lot more like the Arctic. The hypothesis that a freshwater influx triggered the Younger Dryas is supported by several lines of evidence. Ocean sediment cores from the North Atlantic show changes in the composition of microfossil assemblages that indicate a shift toward fresher, colder surface waters. Geochemical proxies suggest that deep water formation was reduced or halted during the Younger Dryas, and the timing of changes in Lake Agassiz drainage corresponds reasonably well with the onset of the cold period, though the exact correlation remains a subject of ongoing research. The consequences of such a disruption would have been felt almost immediately in the regions bordering the North Atlantic. Without the Gulf Stream delivering warmth from the tropics, temperatures in Europe, Greenland and northeastern North America would have plummeted. Ice that had been retreating would have stabilized and begun to advance again. Growing seasons would have shortened. Ecosystems that had been adapting to warming conditions would have been thrown into reverse. For people and animals alike, it would have been as if someone had suddenly flipped a switch and turned the ice age back on. The evidence for this scenario is compelling but not conclusive. We know the Younger Dryas happened. That's not controversial. We know that there was a major reorganization of glacial lake drainage patterns around the time the Younger Dryas began. We know that North Atlantic circulation was disrupted during this period. What we don't know for certain is whether the lake drainage caused the circulation disruption, whether both were caused by something else entirely, or whether the timing is partially coincidental. The debate over the cause of the Younger Dryas illustrates a broader challenge in understanding past climate events. We're working with fragmentary evidence, trying to reconstruct complex system dynamics from scattered proxies and indirect indicators. Ice cores tell us about temperature and atmospheric composition. Ocean sediments tell us about circulation and productivity. Lake sediments tell us about local conditions. Archaeological sites tell us about human responses. Each line of evidence provides a partial picture, and assembling these pieces into a coherent narrative requires interpretation and inference that are always subject to revision as new evidence emerges. What we can say with confidence is that the climate system is capable of remarkably rapid transitions. The Younger Dryas shows that conditions can shift from warming to cooling within human lifetimes, and the termination of the Younger Dryas shows that the shift back can be equally abrupt. These transitions are not gradual, predictable processes, but sudden state changes that catch everyone and everything off guard. For modern planners contemplating climate change, this is a sobering reminder that the future may not unfold smoothly. Some researchers have proposed that a comet impact triggered the Younger Dryas, pointing to unusual sediment layers and apparent impact markers from this period. Others argue that the evidence for an impact is weak, and that the conventional glacial lake explanation is sufficient. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis emerged in 2007 and has been a source of controversy ever since. Proponents point to a layer of sediment found at numerous sites across North America that contains what appear to be impact markers, nanodiamonds, magnetic spherules, melt glass, and elevated concentrations of rare elements like iridium. They argue that a comet or asteroid struck the North American ice sheet, triggering widespread fires, megafauna extinctions, and the climate cooling of the Younger Dryas. Some versions of the hypothesis propose that the impact occurred over the Great Lakes region and left no crater because the projectile exploded in the atmosphere or struck ice rather than solid ground. Critics of the impact hypothesis have challenged both the evidence and the proposed mechanisms. The supposed impact markers have been found at some sites but not others, and some researchers have failed to replicate the original findings. The nanodiamonds, which were initially considered compelling evidence, may have formed through ordinary processes rather than requiring an extraterrestrial impact. The timing of supposed impact deposits doesn't always coincide precisely with the onset of the Younger Dryas, and the proposed impact mechanisms, a comet fragment hitting the ice sheet without leaving a crater but somehow affecting global climate, seem implausible to many geologists. The debate continues, and new evidence emerges regularly on both sides. What seems clear is that the Younger Dryas was a real climate event with significant consequences for both natural ecosystems and human communities. Whether it was triggered by glacial lake drainage, a cosmic impact, some combination of factors, or something else entirely remains an open question. The mystery adds to the fascination of this critical period in Earth history. We know something dramatic happened, but we're still working out exactly what. Whatever caused it, the Younger Dryas created conditions that would make the eventual end of the Ice Age even more dramatic. For 100–300 years, temperatures remained cold, glaciers stabilized or advanced slightly, and the great glacial lakes continued to accumulate water behind their ice dams. Lake Agassiz, which had partially drained during the initial warming phase, refilled and grew even larger. Other glacial lakes around the northern hemisphere similarly accumulated water during this extended cold period. The ice dams that had been weakening grew stronger as colder temperatures reinforced them. In essence, the Younger Dryas was a loading phase. While humans and animals struggled to adapt to renewed cold conditions, the geological stage was being set for an even more catastrophic release. The lakes grew larger, the ice dams grew thicker, the pressure of water against frozen barriers increased year by year, and somewhere, in the physics of ice and water and temperature, a tipping point was approaching that would make everything that came before look like a mere prelude. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, was even more sudden than its beginning. Ice core records show that temperatures in Greenland rose by as much as 10 degrees within a decade, a rate of climate change that makes modern global warming look positively leisurely. Whatever mechanism had been suppressing warming for 13 centuries suddenly gave way, and the planet lurched into a new climate state. The Ice Age was finally, definitively over. The cause of this sudden termination is almost as mysterious as the cause of the Younger Dryas itself. One possibility is that the thermohaline circulation, suppressed during the cold period, suddenly restarted when conditions allowed. Once warm water began sinking again in the North Atlantic, heat transport would have resumed, triggering a positive feedback loop of warming. The ice that had stabilized or grown during the Younger Dryas would have begun melting again, the glacial lakes would have refilled, and the stage would have been set for the final act of deglaciation. Another possibility is that the freshwater influx simply stopped when the glacial lakes drained completely or when ice blocked the drainage routes temporarily. Without the constant supply of fresh water to the North Atlantic, salinity would have gradually recovered, allowing the thermohaline circulation to resume. This explanation has the virtue of simplicity, but doesn't fully explain why the transition was so abrupt. A gradual recovery of salinity should have produced gradual warming, not the sudden jump seen in the ice cores. The abruptness of the Younger Dryas termination has led some researchers to propose that there were threshold effects, or tipping points in the climate system. Perhaps the circulation had been trying to restart throughout the Younger Dryas, but kept getting pushed back by continued freshwater input. When the input finally dropped below some critical level, the system snapped into a new state rapidly, rather than transitioning gradually. Such nonlinear behaviour is common in complex systems, and could explain why climate changes at this time were so sudden and dramatic. But the ice sheets didn't simply evaporate. They melted, and that melting released the accumulated water of the Younger Dryas in a series of catastrophic floods that dwarfed even the Missoula events. Lake Agassiz, swollen to its maximum extent during the cold period, began draining through multiple outlets as the ice dam failed in stages. Each drainage event released thousands of cubic kilometres of fresh water into the oceans, raising global sea levels by measurable amounts in geologically instantaneous pulses. The final drainage of Lake Agassiz, which occurred in stages between about 11,000 and 8,000 years ago, may have raised global sea level by as much as 1 to 3 metres in relatively short periods. These weren't gradual rises that coastlines could adapt to. These were sudden pulses that would have transformed geography virtually overnight. Low-lying areas that had been dry land one year would have been underwater the next. Coastal communities that had lived in the same locations for generations would have found their homes inundated without warning. The impact on ocean circulation was similarly dramatic. The freshwater pulses from Lake Agassiz drainage may have triggered their own climate oscillations, mini-versions of the Younger Dryas that appear in the geological record as the 8.2 kilo-year event, and other less well-defined cold snaps. The climate system was still adjusting to the massive redistribution of water from ice sheets to oceans, and that adjustment wasn't smooth or gradual. It happened in fits and starts, with periods of stability punctuated by sudden shifts. The 8.2 kilo-year event, which occurred approximately 8,200 years ago, is the most clearly defined of these post-Younger Dryas cold snaps. Ice core records from Greenland show a temperature drop of approximately 3 sus-4 that lasted for about 150 years, a significant event, though less severe than the Younger Dryas itself. This cold period appears to coincide with the final catastrophic drainage of Lake Agassiz through Hudson Strait into the North Atlantic, suggesting that the same mechanism that may have triggered the Younger Dryas was still capable of disrupting climate thousands of years later. The 8.2 kilo-year event had measurable impacts on human communities around the world. In the Near East, where agriculture was already well established, archaeological evidence suggests population movements and shifts in settlement patterns during this period. Some researchers have linked the event to cultural changes in early European farming communities. Even societies far from the North Atlantic may have experienced indirect effects through changes in precipitation patterns and monsoon intensity. The interconnectedness of the global climate system means that a disturbance in one region can have consequences worldwide. By about 7,000 years ago, the major drainage events had largely concluded. The last remnants of the great ice sheets persisted only in Greenland, the Canadian Arctic, and a few other high-latitude locations where they remain today. Sea levels had stabilized within a few meters of their current position. The glacial lakes had drained, their former basins now occupied by smaller modern lakes or dry prairies. The climate had settled into the relatively stable pattern of the Holocene that would persist until the industrial era began adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere at unprecedented rates. For the humans living through this period, the experience must have been simultaneously terrifying and incomprehensible. They had no way of knowing that they were witnessing the end of a geological epoch, that the world they had known for their entire lives and the lives of their ancestors was being fundamentally transformed. All they knew was that the waters kept rising, that coastlines kept changing, that the climate lurched unpredictably from cold to warm and back again. The instability itself may have been as traumatic as any individual event, never knowing what next year would bring, whether the sea would claim more land, whether the cold would return, whether the floods would come again. The archaeological record from this period shows both disruption and adaptation. Sites that had been occupied for generations were abandoned as conditions changed. New sites appeared in locations that had previously been unsuitable. The toolkits of various cultures shifted, reflecting new hunting strategies adapted to new prey animals and new environments. Social organisation may have changed as well, with larger, more mobile groups replacing the smaller, more sedentary communities that had been possible during more stable times. The stress of environmental uncertainty may have fostered innovation. When traditional strategies fail, people are forced to experiment with new approaches. The development of new food preservation techniques, new weapons, new shelter designs, all might have been accelerated by the need to cope with rapidly changing conditions. Necessity, as the saying goes, is the mother of invention, and the late Pleistocene certainly provided plenty of necessity. The psychological impact of these changes is harder to assess, but was almost certainly profound. Humans are storytelling creatures, and the stories we tell about our world shape how we understand and respond to it. What stories would have emerged from this period of chaos and transformation? Perhaps stories of angry gods who sent floods to punish humanity. Perhaps stories of trickster figures who disrupted the natural order. Perhaps stories of culture heroes who guided their people through the catastrophe to safety. The flood myths that appear in so many cultures around the world may represent the crystallization of countless individual experiences into archetypal narratives that explained and gave meaning to what had happened. The Younger Dryas and its aftermath appear in the archaeological record as a period of significant cultural change. In the Near East, the Natufian culture, sedentary hunter-gatherers who were on the verge of developing agriculture, seems to have retreated to more mobile lifeways during the cold period, only to re-emerge with renewed intensity when warming returned. Some researchers have argued that the stress of the Younger Dryas actually accelerated the development of agriculture by forcing people to develop more reliable food sources. Whether or not this specific connection is correct, the correlation between climate instability and cultural innovation during this period is striking. The megafauna extinctions, which we discussed in the previous chapter, also correlate with the end of the Younger Dryas. While many species had been declining throughout the late Pleistocene, the final extinctions of mammoths, mastodons and other large animals in North America cluster around this period of rapid climate change. The combination of environmental transformation and human hunting pressure proved too much for animals that had survived previous climate oscillations. The Younger Dryas may have been their last reprieve. Its end was their final doom. The ice dams that had held back the glacial lakes were geological structures of remarkable scale and equally remarkable fragility. A typical ice dam might be tens of kilometers wide and hundreds of meters thick, composed of solid glacier ice that had accumulated over centuries. From a distance, it would have looked permanent, an immovable feature of the landscape as solid as any mountain. Up close, though, the signs of instability would have been apparent. Meltwater streams flowing across the ice surface, tunnels where water had carved through from below, the constant groaning and cracking sounds as the ice adjusted to stress. The failure of an ice dam is a progressive process that can accelerate rapidly once it begins. Water finding its way through or under the ice creates channels that grow wider as more water flows through them. The ice above the channels weakens and eventually collapses. The collapse creates larger openings, which allow more water through, which causes more collapse. What begins as a trickle becomes a torrent, becomes a wall of water, moving at catastrophic speed. The entire process, from first crack to total failure, might take hours or days, far too fast for anything or anyone in the flood path to escape. The areas downstream of these ice dams would have been transformed beyond recognition by the flooding. Soil and vegetation would have been stripped away entirely, leaving bare rock or deposits of flood sediment. River valleys would have been scoured and widened. Lakes would have formed in newly created basins, only to drain when temporary debris dams failed. The landscape that emerged after the floods would have borne little resemblance to what existed before, a blank slate on which new ecosystems would have to develop from scratch. But it wasn't just the immediate flood zones that were affected. The water released from glacial lakes had to go somewhere, and that somewhere was the world's oceans. Each major drainage event added to the global water inventory, raising sea levels and changing coastal geography worldwide. The drowning of Doggerland, Sunderland, Beringia, and countless other coastal regions was accelerated by these pulses of meltwater from continental interiors. People living on the coast of Southeast Asia might have had no idea that a lake in North America had just drained, but they would certainly have noticed when the sea suddenly advanced further onto their land. The freshwater itself also had consequences beyond simply raising sea levels. Ocean ecosystems adapted to particular salinity levels would have been disrupted by the influx of fresh water. Marine species that couldn't tolerate reduced salinity would have died or migrated. The boundary between fresh and salt water, a critical ecological transition zone, would have shifted unpredictably as flood pulses arrived and gradually mixed with ocean water. Fish populations, whale migrations, and coastal fisheries would all have been affected in ways that are difficult to reconstruct, but were certainly significant. The flooding of the glacial lakes was also, paradoxically, self-limiting. Each drainage event released pressure on the ice sheets that had been damming the lakes. Without that hydrostatic pressure pushing against them, the ice sheets could flow more freely, potentially accelerating their own disintegration. The drainage of Lake Agassiz may have contributed to the final collapse of the Laurentide ice sheet by removing the buttressing effect of the lake against the ice margin. It's a complex feedback loop. The ice creates the lake eventually destroys the ice dam, the drainage of the lake accelerates the destruction of the remaining ice. By around 8,000 years ago, the last major remnants of the great ice sheets had melted, the final glacial lakes had drained, and sea levels had stabilized near their modern positions. The world that emerged from this transformation was recognizably our world, the coastlines roughly where we know them today, the climates broadly similar to those of historical times, the ice confined to Greenland, Antarctica, and high mountain glaciers. The transition was complete. The Ice Age was over. The stabilization of climate after thousands of years of violent oscillation must have seemed like a blessing to the humans who lived through it. For the first time in living memory, indeed, for the first time since long before anyone's ancestors could remember, the world seemed to settle into a predictable pattern. Seasons came and went on schedule. Coastlines stayed where they were. The glaciers retreated but didn't advance again. The floods that had reshaped geography became less frequent and less catastrophic. This stability made possible the development of agriculture, the growth of permanent settlements, and ultimately the rise of civilization as we know it. It's no coincidence that the earliest agricultural communities emerged within a few thousand years of the Younger Dryas ending. When you can plant seeds with reasonable confidence that the climate will be similar next year, farming becomes viable. When you can build a permanent structure without worrying that it will be swept away by rising seas or advancing ice, investment in infrastructure becomes sensible. The Holocene stability that we take for granted was the foundation on which all subsequent human history was built. But the memory of instability persisted. The flood stories that circulated through generations kept alive the awareness that the world could change, that waters could rise, that everything familiar could be swept away without warning. These stories served as warnings, as explanations, and as connections to ancestors who had lived through times of chaos. When early civilizations developed writing and began recording their traditions, the flood myths were among the first stories to be preserved, precisely because they were considered so important. But the memory of the transition would persist in human culture for millennia. The flood stories that appear in traditions around the world almost certainly reflect real experiences of catastrophic inundation, even if those experiences have been mythologized and theologized beyond recognition. When the people of Mesopotamia told stories of a great flood that covered the earth, they were drawing on cultural memories that stretched back to the drowning of the Persian Gulf lowlands. When Pacific Islanders spoke of lands that sank beneath the sea, they were recalling the fragmentation of Sunderland and the rising of waters around their home islands. The geological evidence and the mythological evidence converge on the same conclusion. The end of the Ice Age was not a gradual, peaceful transition, but a series of catastrophic events that traumatized human communities worldwide. The ice-time bombs that had been building for millennia finally exploded, reshaping coastlines, wiping out ecosystems, and forcing human populations to adapt or die. Those who survived carried with them the memories of what they had witnessed. memories that would be passed down through countless generations and eventually crystallize into the flood myths that still resonate with us today. In our next chapter, we'll examine the specific evidence for these megafloods, the scars they left on the landscape, the sediments they deposited, the ecological transformations they caused. We'll see how modern science has pieced together the story of these catastrophic events from clues scattered across continents and ocean floors. And we'll begin to understand just how recently, in geological terms, the world we know was created from the ruins of the world that came before. The ice had let go, the waters had risen, the great beasts had died, and humanity, scattered and traumatized but ultimately resilient, had survived to tell the tale. The story of what they witnessed and how they remembered it is the story of our own origins, the foundation myth of the modern world written not in scripture but in stone, ice and sediment. We've been building toward this moment through everything we've discussed so far. The glacial lakes have filled to bursting behind their frozen dams. The younger Dryas has loaded the system with even more water, creating reservoirs of unprecedented size. The megafauna have been struggling, the ecosystems have been stressed, and human communities have been adapting to a world that seems increasingly unstable. Now it's time to examine exactly how the system finally broke, the specific mechanisms that transformed gradual warming into sudden catastrophe, and why once the process began, there was absolutely no way to stop it. The destruction of an ice dam is not a simple event. It's a process that involves multiple feedback loops, each one accelerating the others until the entire structure fails with terrifying speed. Understanding these mechanisms is crucial, not just for appreciating what happened 12,000 years ago, but for understanding risks that may still exist today as modern glaciers continue to retreat. The physics of ice under pressure hasn't changed, and some of the same processes that destroyed the Pleistocene ice dams are operating right now in Greenland and Antarctica. But we'll get to that later. For now, let's focus on what happened when the Ice Age finally reached its tipping point. The first thing to understand is that ice, despite appearing solid and permanent, is actually a surprisingly dynamic material. Under pressure, ice flows like an extremely viscous liquid, incredibly slow by human standards, but measurable over years and decades. This is why glaciers move, creeping downhill under their own weight at rates of meters to hundreds of meters per year depending on conditions. An ice dam isn't a static wall holding back water, it's a slowly deforming mass that is constantly adjusting to the forces acting upon it. The water behind the dam pushes outward, gravity pulls the ice downward, internal stresses cause cracks to form and close. The ice is always moving, always changing, always looking for its equilibrium point. This dynamism is precisely what makes ice dams inherently unstable. A dam made of concrete or earth can sit in place more or less indefinitely, as long as it's properly maintained. An ice dam is self-destructing from the moment it forms, and the only question is how long the process takes. Warmer temperatures accelerate the deformation and melting. Increased water pressure behind the dam accelerates the failure process, and once failure begins, it tends to proceed rapidly because each stage of failure creates conditions that make the next stage more likely. Let's walk through the typical failure sequence of a glacial ice dam, using what we know from both geological evidence and modern observations of ice dam failures in places like Iceland. The process begins long before any dramatic collapse is visible from the surface. Deep beneath the ice, at the boundary between the glacier and the bedrock below, water is always present. This basal water comes from melting caused by pressure and geothermal heat, and it flows along the interface between ice and rock, lubricating the glacier's motion. When a glacial lake forms behind an ice dam, the hydrostatic pressure from the lake pushes water under the dam, increasing the flow and widening the channels through which it moves. As the lake deepens and pressure increases, a critical threshold is eventually reached. The upward force of water pressure at the base of the dam equals the downward force of the ice's weight. At this point, the ice is effectively floating, not lifted clear of the bedrock, but no longer firmly grounded. Water can now flow freely under the dam, and once flow begins, it generates heat through friction, which melts more ice, which widens the passage, which allows more water to flow. This positive feedback loop is the heart of the catastrophic failure mechanism. What begins as a trickle becomes a stream, the stream becomes a torrent, and within hours or days the dam has been undermined from below and collapses entirely. The surface of the ice dam might show few signs of the disaster unfolding beneath until very late in the process. an observer standing on top of the dam might notice some increased noise, the groaning and cracking sounds of stressed ice. But the first truly visible sign of failure might be a sudden sinking, as the undermined ice loses support and drops. By then, it's far too late to do anything. The lake behind the dam is already draining at increasing velocity, and the resulting flood is beyond any human capacity to control or mitigate. Modern observations of ice dam failures have given us direct insight into how rapidly these events can unfold. In Iceland, where glacial outburst floods, called jökulhlaups in Icelandic, still occur regularly, scientists have had the opportunity to monitor the failure process from beginning to end. The 1996 eruption of the Grímsvötn volcano beneath the Vatnajökull ice cap created a subglacial lake that eventually broke through its ice dam, releasing approximately 3 cubic kilometers of water in a flood that destroyed roads, bridges, and infrastructure across the outwash plain below. The peak discharge exceeded 45,000 cubic meters per second. Impressive by modern standards, but absolutely trivial compared to the Pleistocene megafloods. What makes the Icelandic observations valuable is the detail they provide about the failure sequence. Scientists monitoring the 1996 event recorded the gradual lifting of the ice dam as water pressure increased beneath it. They observed the first signs of water emerging from beneath the ice margin. They tracked the exponential increase in discharge as the subglacial channel enlarged through melting. And they documented the dramatic climax when the ice dam finally collapsed and the full force of the accumulated water was unleashed. The entire process, from first measurable outflow to peak discharge, took about 18 hours. For a lake 1,000 times larger, the process would have taken longer, but the basic physics would have been the same. The Vatnajökull jökulhlaups have also demonstrated how unpredictable these events can be. The 1996 flood released about 3 cubic kilometers of water over about 2 days. A similar flood in 1938 released nearly the same volume, but over a much shorter period, producing a higher peak discharge. The difference came down to details of the ice dam structure that couldn't be observed from the surface. The thickness of ice at the critical point, the shape of the subglacial channel, the presence or absence of debris that might temporarily block flow. Small differences in initial conditions produced dramatically different outcomes, a reminder that predicting the behavior of complex systems is inherently difficult. The speed of these failure events is genuinely shocking. Modern glacial lake outburst floods, which occur regularly in Iceland and other glaciated regions, can drain entire lakes within hours. The peak discharge during such events can exceed the normal flow of the world's largest rivers by orders of magnitude. The Pleistocene megafloods, draining lakes that were orders of magnitude larger than modern glacial lakes, would have been correspondingly more catastrophic. Peak flows during the Missoula floods, for example, may have reached 17 million cubic meters per second, roughly 10 times the combined flow of all the rivers on Earth today, concentrated in a single drainage channel. Try to imagine what such a flood would have looked like to anyone unfortunate enough to witness it. A wall of water, perhaps dozens of meters high, advancing across the landscape at highway speeds. Not clear, clean water, but a churning mass of brown and grey, loaded with sediment, ice blocks, boulders, and the shattered remains of everything in its path. The sound would have been overwhelming, a continuous thunder that drowned out all other noise. The ground would have trembled beneath the weight and force of the moving water, and it wouldn't have passed quickly. Depending on the size of the lake and the rate of drainage, the flood might have continued for hours or even days, an unending torrent of destruction that reshaped geography as it passed. The animals caught in the path of these floods had no chance. Any creature unlucky enough to be in a flood channel when the water arrived would have been swept away, tumbled through churning debris, and either drowned or battered to death against rocks and ice blocks. The fossil record contains evidence of mass mortality events associated with glacial floods, accumulations of bones representing many individuals of multiple species, all killed simultaneously and deposited together in flood sediments. These are grim testimonies to the power of the water, but they also provide valuable scientific information about the ecosystems that existed before the floods transformed the landscape. For humans, the floods presented both extreme danger and, ironically, potential opportunity. Communities in the direct path of catastrophic floods were obviously in grave peril, but communities living in adjacent areas might have benefited from the aftermath. Flood deposits often create fertile soils. Fish and other aquatic resources might become more abundant in newly formed lakes and wetlands. The destruction of forests could open up grazing land for prey animals. The same events that brought catastrophe to some might have brought opportunity to others, in a grim reminder that one person's disaster is sometimes another person's windfall. The erosive power of these megafloods is almost impossible to overstate. Water moving at high velocity can carve through solid rock, and the floods were carrying tools, boulders, gravel, sand, that acted as grinding agents, scouring away material with incredible efficiency. The channeled scablands of Washington state, which we discussed earlier, show the results of this erosive power. Deep channels carved through basalt bedrock, cliffs hundreds of meters high cut in a matter of days, entire mountain ridges reduced to isolated remnants called scabland buttes. Features that should take millions of years to form through normal erosion were created in what amounted to a geological instant. But the failure of a single ice dam, dramatic as it was only the beginning. The cascading effects of these events are what truly transformed local disasters into global catastrophe. When one ice dam failed, the consequences rippled outward in ways that made further failures more likely, creating a chain reaction that could amplify the initial event many times over. Consider what happens downstream of a glacial lake outburst flood. The water doesn't simply vanish, it has to go somewhere. In many cases, it flooded into other basins, raising water levels in lakes and valleys that had previously been stable. This additional water increased pressure on other ice dams further along the drainage system, potentially triggering their failure as well. One flood could set off a second, which could set off a third, with each event releasing more water and more energy into the system. The result was not a single catastrophe, but a series of linked catastrophes, each one making the next more likely. The interconnectedness of glacial drainage systems created vulnerability to cascade failures that wouldn't exist in more isolated systems. The Laurentide ice sheet, for example, drained into multiple major outlet systems, southward through the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico, eastward through the St. Lawrence to the Atlantic, northward through Hudson Bay to the Arctic. Changes in one drainage route affected all the others. When the southern outlet through the Mississippi became less efficient due to the weight of flood deposits or changes in ice sheet geometry, water backed up and sought alternative routes. When an eastern outlet opened through the retreating ice margin, water that had been flowing south suddenly diverted east. Each major drainage reorganization had consequences for the entire system. The sedimentary record preserves evidence of these drainage reorganizations in remarkable detail. Geologists can trace the paths of ancient flood channels, date the sediments they deposited, and reconstruct the sequence of events that created them. The picture that emerges is of a system in constant flux, with drainage routes opening and closing as the ice sheet configuration changed. Major floods weren't one-time events, but recurring phenomena, each one preparing the ground for the next by eroding channels, depositing sediment, and altering the landscape through which future floods would flow. The timing of failures could create particularly devastating scenarios. Imagine a situation where a glacial lake in one valley drains catastrophically, sending a flood down to a lower valley where another lake exists. If the flood from the first lake arrives at the second lake and causes it to overflow or undermines its dam, the second lake begins draining as well. Now you have two floods merging, their combined volume far exceeding what either would have been alone. Continue this cascade through multiple drainage systems, and you can see how a regional event could become a continental catastrophe. Evidence suggests that exactly this kind of cascading failure occurred during the final deglaciation. Lake Agassiz, for example, appears to have drained through multiple different outlet channels at different times, each drainage event triggered by changes in ice configuration that were themselves influenced by previous drainage events. When the eastern outlet through Hudson Bay opened, it may have been partly because drainage through the southern outlet had reduced pressure on the ice sheet in ways that allowed the eastern ice to thin and eventually breach. One failure set up the conditions for the next failure, which set up the conditions for the next, in a chain that continued for thousands of years. The thermal effects of these floods added another layer of cascading consequences. Fresh water from glacial lakes is cold but not frozen, and when it enters the ocean, it affects both temperature and salinity patterns. Massive pulses of fresh water into the North Atlantic disrupted thermohaline circulation, as we discussed earlier, which in turn affected climate patterns across the hemisphere. Changes in climate affected ice sheet dynamics, potentially accelerating melting in some areas while temporarily stabilizing ice in others. The feedback loops between ice, water, and climate were complex and non-linear, producing effects that couldn't be predicted simply from the sum of their parts. The ocean itself transmitted the effects of glacial lake drainage events around the globe. When Lake Agassiz drained into Hudson Bay, the pulse of fresh water spread across the North Atlantic, affecting conditions as far away as Europe and even Africa. Changes in Atlantic circulation influenced monsoon patterns in the tropics, affecting precipitation over India, Africa, and South America. The carbon cycle responded to changing ocean circulation and temperature, with CO2 levels rising and falling in response to changes in biological productivity and ocean chemistry. What happened in Central North America rippled outward through interconnected systems until the effects were felt on every continent. Now let's talk about the truly remarkable speed of climate change during this period, because the numbers are almost unbelievable when you first encounter them. Ice core records from Greenland show that temperatures could change by 10 to 15 within decades during the transition out of the Ice Age. That's not a typo. 10 to 15 degrees Celsius of warming, or cooling, depending on the event, occurring within a human lifetime, sometimes within just a few years. To put this in perspective, the total global warming that has occurred since the Industrial Revolution is approximately 1 to 1.5 D. The late Pleistocene saw changes 5 to 10 times that magnitude, and they happened not over centuries but over decades. The ice core evidence for these rapid changes is remarkably detailed. Each annual layer of snow that falls on the Greenland ice sheet carries with it a chemical signature of the conditions that prevailed when it fell. The ratio of heavy to light oxygen isotopes reflects temperature. Trapped air bubbles preserve samples of the ancient atmosphere. Dust particles indicate wind patterns and vegetation coverage. Chemical impurities trace volcanic eruptions and ocean chemistry. By drilling deep into the ice and analysing these layers one by one, scientists have reconstructed a year-by-year record of climate conditions stretching back over 100,000 years. What this record reveals about the late Pleistocene is simultaneously fascinating and terrifying. The climate wasn't just changing, it was lurching unpredictably between dramatically different states. The transition from the Bulling-Allerud warm period to the younger, Dryas cold period, for example, shows up in the ice cores as a temperature drop of 5 to 7 degrees occurring over just a few decades. The reverse transition, from the younger Dryas back to warm conditions, was even more abrupt. The Gispter ice core from central Greenland shows about 10 degrees warming occurring in approximately 50 years, with roughly half of that warming happening in a single decade. A decade. In the time it takes a child to grow into a teenager, the average temperature shifted by amounts that would transform the landscape from something like modern Iceland to something like the Scottish Highlands, or vice versa. Imagine starting elementary school in an environment where winter meant months of deep snow and frozen lakes, and graduating from high school in a world where those same winters were rainy and mild. That's the kind of change we're talking about. Not subtle shifts that scientists would need instruments to detect, but dramatic transformations that would be obvious to anyone paying attention. These Greenland temperature changes weren't perfectly representative of the entire planet, of course. The Arctic and North Atlantic regions were particularly sensitive to changes in ocean circulation, so the temperature swings there were more extreme than the global average. But even at lower latitudes, significant changes were occurring. Monsoon patterns shifted, affecting rainfall across Africa, India, and Southeast Asia. Vegetation zones moved northward and southward by hundreds of kilometers. Deserts expanded and contracted. The entire global climate system was responding to the dramatic changes occurring in the high northern latitudes. The mechanisms driving such rapid change are still not fully understood, but they clearly involve threshold effects and feedback loops that can push the climate system from one stable state to another very quickly. The thermohaline circulation, for example, appears to have an on state and an off state, with relatively rapid transitions between them when conditions cross certain thresholds. When circulation is on, warm water flows northward, heat is released to the atmosphere, and high latitudes remain relatively mild. When circulation is off, that heat transport stops, and temperatures in the North Atlantic region plummet. The transition between states can occur within years once the threshold is crossed. These rapid climate transitions had immediate and devastating effects on ecosystems. Plants and animals adapted to one climate regime suddenly found themselves in a completely different environment. Species that could move quickly, Birds, large mammals, humans had some chance of relocating to more suitable habitat. Species that couldn't move, trees, small animals with limited dispersal ability, organisms dependent on specific local conditions, were simply out of luck. The fossil record shows widespread disruption of ecological communities during these rapid climate shifts, with species associations falling apart and new, often unstable combinations appearing. For human communities, rapid climate change presented challenges that are difficult to fully appreciate from our modern perspective. These weren't people with weather forecasts and emergency services, with stockpiles of preserved food and the ability to call for help from neighbouring regions. These were small bands of hunter-gatherers whose survival depended on intimate knowledge of their local environment, knowledge that became suddenly obsolete when that environment transformed within a single generation. The hunting grounds your father taught you about might become forests or marshes within your lifetime. The seasonal patterns of animal movement that your community had relied on for generations might shift unpredictably as climate zones moved. The sources of water, food, and shelter that had seemed permanent might become unavailable without warning. The human response to these conditions was necessarily adaptive. Those who couldn't adapt didn't survive to leave descendants. Archaeological evidence shows increased mobility during periods of climate instability, with communities ranging over larger territories and exploiting a wider variety of resources. Toolkits became more versatile, with generalist technologies replacing specialized ones. Social networks probably expanded as well, since having relatives and trading partners across a wide geographic area provided insurance against local resource failures. The stress of rapid environmental change may have driven innovation in ways that would eventually lead to more complex social organization and ultimately to the development of agriculture. The archaeological record provides glimpses of specific human strategies for coping with environmental volatility. In the Near East, the Natufian culture shows evidence of both sedentary village life and more mobile hunting-gathering, with different communities apparently pursuing different strategies depending on local conditions. Some villages were occupied continuously for centuries, others were established and abandoned multiple times as conditions fluctuated. This flexibility, the ability to switch between different subsistence strategies depending on circumstances, was probably key to survival during periods of rapid change. Storage technology became increasingly important during this period. Communities that could preserve food from seasons of abundance to carry them through seasons of scarcity had a significant advantage over those dependent on day-to-day foraging. The development of grain storage facilities, smoking and drying techniques for meat, and other preservation methods allowed human communities to buffer themselves against the unpredictability of their environment. These same technologies would later form the foundation of agricultural economies. Social organization probably became more complex as well. In a stable environment, small independent bands can survive quite well, each making its own decisions based on local knowledge. In an unstable environment, cooperation between bands becomes more valuable. Sharing information about resource availability, coordinating movement patterns to avoid competition, and providing mutual aid during crises all become more important when conditions are unpredictable. The social networks that developed during the late Pleistocene may have been precursors to the tribal and chiefdom-level societies that would emerge in the Holocene. Some researchers have argued that the development of symbolic thought and complex language was accelerated by the challenges of the late Pleistocene. When your survival depends on transmitting detailed information about changing conditions across wide areas and between generations, having a flexible, expressive communication system becomes extremely valuable. The cave art that flourished during this period may represent not just artistic expression, but information storage, representations of animals, environments, and perhaps even events that needed to be remembered and shared. But adaptation has limits, and there's no question that the rapid climate changes of the late Pleistocene caused massive suffering and mortality among human populations. We can't measure ancient population numbers precisely, but proxy evidence suggests significant fluctuations that correspond to climate events. The Younger Dryas, for example, appears to have caused population declines in many regions, followed by recovery and expansion when conditions improved. The megafauna extinctions, which we discussed earlier, removed important food sources that human communities had depended on, forcing dietary shifts and probably contributing to population stress. The drowning of coastal lands displaced entire communities, concentrating populations in smaller areas and increasing competition for resources. The ice sheets themselves underwent remarkable transformation during this period. At the last glacial maximum, the Laurentide ice sheet in North America covered approximately 13 million square kilometres, an area larger than Antarctica today. By the time the melting was complete, roughly 7,000 years later, this ice had entirely disappeared, replaced by the lakes, prairies, and forests of modern Canada and the northern United States. 13 million square kilometres of ice, much of it over a kilometre thick, vanished in a geological eye blink. The average rate of ice loss works out to about 1/800 square kilometres per year, or roughly 5 square kilometres per day. Every single day, an area the size of a small town was transformed from ice-covered wilderness to exposed land. But this average rate obscures enormous variability. There were periods when the ice barely retreated at all, maintaining a tenuous stability as melt and accumulation roughly balanced. And there were periods when the ice collapsed catastrophically, losing enormous volumes in years or decades rather than centuries. The geological record identifies several distinct meltwater pulses, periods of rapid sea level rise that correspond to episodes of accelerated ice sheet disintegration. Meltwater Pulse 1A, which occurred around 14,600 years ago, was the most dramatic of these events. Sea level rose by approximately 16 to 20 metres over a period of about 400 years, an average rate of roughly 4-5 centimetres per year, but probably concentrated in even shorter bursts within that window. To visualise this, imagine the ocean rising by the length of your finger every year, year after year, for 4 centuries. The cumulative effect would be to submerge an enormous amount of low-lying land, transforming coastlines everywhere on Earth. Where did all that water come from? The ice core and geological records suggest that multiple ice sheets were losing mass simultaneously during Meltwater Pulse 1A. The Laurentide ice sheet was certainly contributing, as were glaciers in Europe and possibly Antarctica. The coordination of melting across different hemispheres suggests that some global forcing was at work, perhaps a rise in greenhouse gas concentrations that affected ice sheets worldwide, or changes in orbital parameters that increased summer insolation across the globe. Meltwater Pulse 1b, around 11,500 years ago, was a second major pulse that coincided with the end of the Younger Dryas. This event was associated specifically with the drainage of Lake Agassiz and the final collapse of remaining portions of the Laurentide ice sheet. Sea level rose by another 8 to 10 metres, completing most of the post-glacial sea level rise and bringing ocean levels to within a few metres of their modern position. The timing of this event, immediately following the sudden warming that ended the Younger Dryas, suggests a direct causal connection between climate change and ice sheet response. The process wasn't steady, of course. There were periods of rapid melting and periods of relative stability, advances and retreats, pulses and pauses. The ice sheets didn't simply shrink uniformly from their edges. They fragmented, developed internal lakes and crevasses, and occasionally experienced catastrophic collapses when critical support structures failed. Ice streams, channels of faster-moving ice within the otherwise sluggish ice sheet, could drain entire sectors of the glacier relatively quickly when conditions favoured rapid flow. The behaviour of these ice streams is particularly relevant to modern concerns about Greenland and Antarctica, where similar features are being observed and monitored with increasing concern. The physical effects of ice sheet collapse extended far beyond the immediate flood hazards. As the massive weight of ice was removed from the land surface, the bedrock beneath began to rebound, a process called isostatic adjustment that is still ongoing in regions that were heavily glaciated during the Ice Age. Parts of Scandinavia, for example, are rising by nearly a centimetre per year as the Earth's crust continues to recover from the weight of ice that melted over 10,000 years ago. This rebound has practical consequences. Harbours that were at sea level in historical times are now above the waterline, and the geography of coastal regions continues to slowly change. The physics of isostatic adjustment is straightforward in principle but complex in practice. The Earth's crust floats on a denser, more fluid mantle, much like a boat floats on water. Load the crust with something heavy, like 3 kilometres of ice, and it sinks into the mantle. Remove that weight, and it rises back up. But the mantle is viscous, not liquid, so the response takes time. The rebound that we observe today in formerly glaciated regions represents the continuing adjustment to weight that was removed thousands of years ago. The process will continue for thousands of years into the future, gradually returning the landscape to the configuration it would have had without the glaciers. The rebound also has implications for understanding past sea level changes. When ice melts and flows to the ocean, sea level rises globally, but near the former ice sheets, the rising land surface partially compensates, so the net effect on local sea level is less than the global average. Conversely, regions far from the ice sheets experience the full effect of rising sea level without any compensating land uplift. The drowning of places like Doggerland and Sunderland would have been more severe than the global average because these regions weren't experiencing isostatic rebound. Their land surfaces remained stable or even sank slightly while the ocean rose around them. There's another geological phenomenon associated with deglaciation that deserves mention: a significant increase in volcanic and seismic activity. The removal of ice sheet weight doesn't just cause the crust to rise, it also changes the stress patterns in the underlying rock, potentially triggering earthquakes and volcanic eruptions that would not have occurred under glaciated conditions. Studies of volcanic activity in Iceland and other heavily glaciated regions show increased eruption frequency during and immediately after deglaciation. The magma beneath the surface, previously suppressed by the weight of overlying ice, found it easier to rise to the surface once that weight was removed. The implications for human communities living near volcanoes during deglaciation were unfortunate. Not only were they dealing with climate instability, flooding and ecological transformation, they were also facing increased volcanic hazards. The eruption of Mount Mazama in Oregon around 7,700 years ago, which created Crater Lake, occurred during the final stages of deglaciation and produced one of the largest volcanic events in North American history. Indigenous peoples in the region preserved memories of this eruption in their oral traditions, describing a cosmic battle between powerful spirits that destroyed the mountain. The atmospheric effects of deglaciation were equally dramatic, though less visible than the floods and landscape transformations. As the ice retreated, vast areas of formerly frozen ground were exposed to the sun for the first time in tens of thousands of years. Permafrost that had been insulated beneath the ice began to thaw, releasing carbon dioxide and methane that had been locked in frozen organic matter. This natural carbon release amplified the warming caused by orbital changes, creating a positive feedback loop that accelerated the transition to interglacial conditions. The scale of this natural carbon release was substantial. Ice cores show that atmospheric CO2 concentrations rose from about 180 parts per million during the glacial maximum to about 280 parts per million during the interglacial, an increase of roughly 100 ppm over about 10,000 years. For comparison, human industrial activities have increased CO2 from 280 ppm to over 420 ppm in just about 200 years. The natural rate of change at the end of the Ice Age was about 1 ppm per century. The modern rate is roughly 2-3 ppm per year, 200 to 300 times faster than the natural transition that ended the Ice Age. The combination of factors driving deglaciation created a system that, once set in motion, was essentially impossible to stop. This is the true meaning of point of no return. Not that any single event made further change inevitable, but that the accumulation of positive feedbacks eventually reached a threshold where the transition to a new stable state became self-sustaining. The ice was going to melt, the seas were going to rise, the megafauna were going to die, human communities were going to be displaced. These outcomes weren't sealed by any single decision or event, but by the cumulative weight of physical processes that had been set in motion by orbital changes and amplified by cascading feedbacks. The concept of tipping points has become central to modern discussions of climate change, and the late Pleistocene provides the clearest example of how such tipping points work in practice. Before the tipping point is reached, change is gradual and potentially reversible. If orbital parameters had shifted back toward glacial conditions early enough, the ice sheets might have stabilized and even begun to grow again. But once certain thresholds were crossed, reversal became impossible within any relevant time frame. The system had committed to a new trajectory, and the only question was how quickly and chaotically the transition would proceed. Identifying exactly when the point of no return was crossed is surprisingly difficult. Was it when the first major ice dam failed? When thermohaline circulation first shut down? When atmospheric CO2 rose past some critical concentration? Different researchers might point to different events, and in truth, the point of no return was probably not a single moment but a zone, a period during which the probability of continued transition increased steadily until it became a virtual certainty. By the time humans could have recognized what was happening, even if they'd had the conceptual framework to understand it, the transition was already unstoppable. The relevance of this understanding to modern climate concerns should be obvious, but is worth making explicit. We are currently adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere at rates far faster than the natural processes that ended the Ice Age. We are observing the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets losing mass in ways that concern glaciologists. We are monitoring thermohaline circulation for signs of weakening. The same mechanisms that drove the catastrophic transitions of the late Pleistocene, ice dam failures, circulation shutdowns, carbon feedbacks, are still potentially operative today. Whether modern ice sheets contain time bombs comparable to Lake Agassiz is an active area of research. In Greenland, numerous glacial lakes form each summer on the ice surface, and some of these drain rapidly through the ice sheet to its bed, potentially lubricating faster flow. In Antarctica, massive lakes exist beneath the ice sheet, held in place by the weight of the overlying ice. The West Antarctic ice sheet in particular is considered vulnerable because much of its base lies below sea level, making it susceptible to marine ice sheet instability, a process where warming ocean water can eat away at the ice from below, potentially triggering runaway retreat. The good news, if there is any, is that we're not facing an immediate return to Ice Age conditions or the kind of mega-floods that reshaped continents. The bad news is that we may be engineering our own version of abrupt climate change, with consequences that are difficult to predict but potentially severe. The lesson of the Pleistocene-Holocene transition isn't that climate catastrophe is inevitable. It's that the climate system contains thresholds and feedback loops that can amplify gradual change into sudden transformation. Respecting those thresholds is probably wise. The duration of the transition from glacial to interglacial conditions varied by region and by which indicator you're measuring. In terms of ice sheet coverage, the transition took roughly 10,000 years, from peak glacial extent around 26,000 years ago to essentially modern conditions around 7,000 years ago. In terms of sea level, the main rise occurred between about 19,000 and 8,000 years ago, with some additional adjustment continuing to the present. In terms of temperature, the picture is more complex, with rapid oscillations superimposed on a general warming trend. The Younger Dryas, which we discussed earlier, represents a major interruption of the warming that shows how non-linear the process was. The spatial pattern of deglaciation was equally complex. Ice sheets didn't simply melt from the edges inward. They developed internal weaknesses, split into separate lobes, and sometimes collapsed catastrophically when critical support structures failed. The separation of the Cordilleran and Laurentide ice sheets, for example, opened an ice-free corridor that may have allowed human migration into the Americas. The opening of Hudson Bay as a drainage outlet for Lake Agassiz fundamentally changed the hydrology of central North America. The retreat of ice from the Baltic allowed that basin to transition from freshwater lake to brackish sea. Each of these changes had cascading effects on regional geography, ecology, and human communities. The ecological transformation that accompanied deglaciation was profound and permanent. The Mammoth Steppe, that vast grassland ecosystem that had supported the iconic megafauna of the Ice Age, didn't just shrink, it essentially ceased to exist as a recognizable biome. Modern tundra and taiga, which now occupy similar latitudes, are quite different in character, with lower productivity and different species compositions. The forests that spread northward as the ice retreated were not the same as the forests that had existed before the glaciation. They were new assemblages, put together from whatever species could colonize the newly available land fast enough. The ecosystems we know today are not restored versions of pre-glacial communities, but novel combinations that emerge from the chaos of the transition. The speed of vegetation change during deglaciation was remarkably fast, though still slower than the climate changes that drove it. Pollen records from lakes and bogs show forest types shifting northward at rates of 100 to 500 meters per year, slow by human standards, but extraordinarily rapid in ecological terms. Species that couldn't keep pace with the moving climate zones faced extinction or restriction to isolated refugia. The current distribution of plant and animal species across continents reflects not just current climate conditions, but the history of how those species spread following deglaciation, the routes they took, the barriers they encountered, and the chance events that determined who got where first. Some species spread faster than others, leading to the formation of ecological communities that had no precedent in the pre-glacial world. In North America, for example, The forests that developed after deglaciation combined species that had previously occupied separate refugia in the south. Eastern hemlock and sugar maple, which had survived the Ice Age in different Appalachian valleys, came together in the mixed forests of the northeast only after the glaciers retreated. These novel combinations sometimes created ecological mismatches, species thrown together without the long coevolutionary history that would have allowed them to develop stable relationships. The megafauna extinctions left gaping holes in these developing ecosystems. Large herbivores play crucial roles in shaping vegetation through grazing, browsing, and seed dispersal. Large carnivores regulate herbivore populations and affect the behavior of their prey in ways that cascade through entire ecosystems. When these keystone species disappeared, the ecosystems they had maintained transformed in ways that are still not fully understood. Some researchers argue that many natural ecosystems in the Americas and Australia are actually artifacts of recent megafauna loss, landscapes that would look very different if mammoths, giant ground sloths, or diprotodons were still present to manage them. The marine ecosystems underwent their own transformation as sea levels rose and coastlines shifted. Shallow water habitats that had existed along Ice Age coastlines were drowned as the seas advanced, while new shallow water habitats formed as previously dry continental shelves were flooded. The timing of these changes varied by region, creating a patchwork of marine ecosystem development across different parts of the world's coasts. Coral reefs, which require shallow warm water to thrive, underwent major reorganization as suitable habitats shifted with the rising seas. The human cultural landscape was similarly transformed. The populations that emerged from the Ice Age were not the same as those that had entered it. They had been shaped by millennia of adaptation to changing conditions, by the stress of climate oscillations and the challenge of the younger Dryas, by the need to develop new subsistence strategies as megafauna disappeared and familiar landscapes transformed. The seeds of the Neolithic Revolution, the development of agriculture and settled communities, were planted during this period of upheaval, as humans experimented with new ways of obtaining food in a world where traditional hunting and gathering was becoming increasingly difficult. When we look at the collapse of the ice barriers and the cascading catastrophes that followed, we're looking at one of the most dramatic environmental transformations in the history of our species. The world that our ancestors knew, a world of ice sheets and megafauna, of land bridges and lowered seas, was completely destroyed, replaced by something almost unrecognizably different. The transition was not gradual and orderly, but chaotic and catastrophic, marked by floods and famines, extinctions and migrations, climate swings that would have seemed apocalyptic to anyone living through them. And yet, from the perspective of geological time, it was remarkably brief. The Ice Age world that had persisted with various fluctuations for over 2 million years was essentially dismantled in less than 10,000. That's about 0.5% of the total duration of the Pleistocene. Imagine reading a book that's 200 pages long and having the entire plot resolved in the final single page. That's roughly the proportion we're talking about. All of the dramatic events we've been discussing, all of the floods and climate swings and extinctions occurred in what amounts to an eye blink of geological time. For the humans who lived through it, of course, it didn't feel like an eye blink. It felt like generation after generation of uncertainty and change, of adapting to new conditions only to have those conditions change again. The stability that eventually settled over the Earth during the Holocene, the stability that made civilization possible, must have seemed like a miracle to people whose entire cultural memory was of a world in constant flux. Small wonder that so many cultures preserved memories of a time of chaos that preceded the ordered world they knew, a time when gods fought with primal forces and the boundaries between land and sea were not yet fixed. The flood myths that we find across cultures worldwide almost certainly reflect some memory of this period. Not a single global flood, as literal readings of religious texts sometimes suggest, but hundreds of local floods, coastal inundations, catastrophic lake drainages, and climate-driven disasters that affected communities around the world. The stories were remembered because they were important. They explained how the world came to be the way it was. They warned against complacency in the face of natural forces, and they honoured the ancestors who had survived what must have seemed like the end of everything. In our next chapter, we'll examine the specific evidence for these megafloods, the marks they left on the landscape, the sediments they deposited, the ecological transformations they caused. We'll see how modern science has pieced together the story from clues scattered across continents and ocean floors. And we'll begin to understand why this ancient catastrophe still matters today, as we face the prospect of accelerating ice melt and rising seas in our own time. The Ice Age ended with a cascade of interconnected disasters that reshaped the planet. Whether we can learn from that history as we contemplate the future remains to be seen. We've discussed the mechanisms that made the Great Floods possible, the ice dams, the glacial lakes, the cascading failures that transformed local disasters into continental catastrophes. Now, it's time to look more closely at the evidence these floods left behind, the scars on the landscape that tell us exactly how powerful these events truly were. And then we'll turn to something even more remarkable, the possibility that human communities around the world preserved memories of these catastrophes for over 12,000 years, passing them down through hundreds of generations until they crystallized into the flood myths we find in cultures on every continent. Let's start in eastern Washington state, in a region that looks like nowhere else on Earth. The Channeled Scablands, as this landscape is called, covers an area of approximately 40,000 square kilometres, roughly the size of Switzerland. But where Switzerland has mountains and lakes and charming villages, the Scablands have something else entirely. A tortured, stripped, almost alien terrain that looks like it was attacked by giants with sledgehammers. Deep channels cut through basalt bedrock. Isolated buttes rise from eroded plateaus. Dry waterfalls mark locations where cataracts once plunged over cliffs. The whole landscape is scarred and scoured in ways that make no sense according to normal geological processes. For decades, geologists looked at the Scablands and struggled to explain what they saw. The dominant view in geology during the early 20th century was uniformitarianism, the idea that the same gradual processes operating today have shaped the Earth throughout its history. Rivers erode valleys slowly, over millions of years. Glaciers carve landscapes over tens of thousands of years. There's no place in this worldview for sudden, catastrophic events that reshape geography in days or weeks. When young geologist J. Harlan Bretz proposed in the 1920s that the Scablands were carved by a single catastrophic flood, his colleagues were not exactly receptive. Some were downright hostile. Catastrophism was associated with biblical literalism and was considered unscientific. Respectable geologists didn't invoke floods of biblical proportions to explain landscape features. Bretz first visited the Scablands in 1922, and what he saw changed his career, though not in ways he might have hoped, at least initially. The landscape made no sense according to conventional geological thinking. There were deep channels carved into solid basalt with no river large enough to explain them. There were enormous boulders sitting in places where no glacier could have deposited them. There were features that looked exactly like what you'd see in a stream bed, except they were hundreds of meters wide and cut through bedrock. Bretz was a careful scientist, trained to follow the evidence wherever it led. And the evidence, he concluded reluctantly, pointed to a catastrophic flood of almost unimaginable proportions. His first paper on the subject, presented to the Geological Society of Washington in 1923, was met with polite skepticism. His subsequent papers met with increasingly impolite skepticism. At a famous confrontation at the Geological Society of America meeting in 1927, 6 distinguished geologists lined up to critique Bretz's flood hypothesis. They pointed out problems with his theory. Where did all the water come from? How could a single flood create such varied features without offering coherent alternatives? Bretz defended himself vigorously but was clearly outnumbered. The establishment had spoken, and catastrophic floods were not acceptable. What made the opposition so fierce wasn't just scientific disagreement. There was a cultural dimension to the conflict. Geology had worked hard to establish itself as a rigorous science, distinct from religious speculation about Earth history. The idea of a catastrophic flood sounded too much like Noah's Ark for comfort. Bretz himself was not a religious man. He was simply following the evidence, but his hypothesis triggered associations that many geologists found distasteful. Better to reject the hypothesis than to risk being associated with biblical literalism, even if the evidence was troublesome. But Bretz had evidence, and that evidence was overwhelming. The Scablands contained features that simply could not form through gradual erosion. Giant current ripples, wave-like forms in gravel deposits, some over 15 meters high, covered the landscape in patterns that only make sense as products of flowing water. But water flowing at what depth and velocity? Normal rivers don't create ripples 15 meters tall. To produce such features, you need water that is itself tens of meters deep, flowing at velocities of many meters per second. You need, in short, a flood of almost unimaginable proportions. The dry waterfalls of the Scablands told the same story. Dry Falls, the most spectacular of these, is a horseshoe-shaped cliff over 5 kilometers wide and 120 meters high. During the floods, water poured over this precipice in volumes that dwarf any waterfall existing today. Niagara Falls, which seems impressive enough when you're standing next to it, moves about 2,400 cubic meters of water per second. At peak flow, the water pouring over Dry Falls may have exceeded 10 million cubic meters per second, over 4,000 times Niagara's output. If you stood at a safe distance and watched this cataract during the flood, you would have been looking at the largest waterfall that has existed on Earth in millions of years, possibly ever. The geological features weren't limited to the main flood channels. As the water spread across the landscape seeking the path of least resistance to the ocean, it created a complex network of channels, each one testifying to the power of the flow. In places where the flood encountered obstacles, it created enormous turbulence patterns that scoured deep holes into solid basalt. These potholes, some over 30 meters deep, formed as vortices of debris-laden water drilled into the rock like titanic augers. Similar features form in normal rivers, but they're typically measured in centimeters, not tens of meters. The scale was simply off the charts. The erratic boulders scattered across the Scablands provided another line of evidence. These rocks, some weighing hundreds of tons, had clearly been transported from distant locations and deposited far from their source. Normal rivers can't move boulders of this size. Glaciers can, but there was no evidence that glaciers had ever covered the Scablands. The only explanation was water moving at extraordinary velocities, fast enough and deep enough to pick up massive rocks and carry them dozens or even hundreds of kilometers before depositing them when the flow finally slowed. Some of these erratics were identified as originating from specific rock formations in Montana, over 500 kilometers to the east. The only way they could have reached their current locations was by floating on ice, icebergs carved from the melting glacier and carried westward by the flood, eventually dropping their rocky cargo as they melted and broke apart. The distribution of these ice-rafted erratics maps the path of the floods across the landscape, providing a kind of geological breadcrumb trail that scientists can follow to reconstruct the flood's course. The timing of the floods has been refined through decades of research. Radiocarbon dating of organic material buried by flood deposits, combined with other dating techniques, suggests that the Missoula floods occurred repeatedly between about 15,000 and 13,000 years ago. Each time the ice dam reformed after a catastrophic failure, Lake Missoula began to refill. Each time the lake reached a critical depth, the dam failed again. Geologists have identified at least 40 separate flood events during this period, based on distinct layers in the sedimentary record. The region experienced a catastrophic mega-flood, roughly once every 50 years for 2 millennia, a frequency that would have made flood survival a recurring challenge for any humans living in the area. The sediments deposited by the floods provided additional evidence. Downstream from the Scablands, in the Willamette Valley of Oregon, Bretts found thick deposits of fine-grained sediment that had settled out of ponded floodwater. The floods had backed up behind the narrow gap in the Cascade Range that now holds the Columbia River, creating a temporary lake that covered much of the valley. As the waters slowly drained through the gap, suspended sediment settled out, creating deposits that are now among the most fertile agricultural soils in the Pacific Northwest. The wine grapes and hazelnuts that grow in Oregon's Willamette Valley today owe their terroir to a catastrophic flood that occurred over 12,000 years ago. Not exactly the romantic vineyard origin story you might expect, but there it is. Brett spent decades defending his flood hypothesis against skeptical colleagues. He presented evidence at scientific meetings and published detailed papers documenting the features of the Scablands. Slowly, the tide of opinion began to turn. The discovery of Lake Missoula, the glacial lake that had provided the source water for the floods, helped explain where all that water had come from. The identification of repeated flood deposits suggested not one but dozens of catastrophic outburst events over a period of about 2,000 years. By the 1960s, the geological community had largely accepted what Bretts had been arguing since the 1920s. The channeled Scablands were indeed carved by catastrophic floods of nearly inconceivable magnitude. In 1979, when Bretz was 96 years old, he received the Penrose Medal, the highest honour of the Geological Society of America. According to those present, his acceptance speech included a characteristically dry observation. "All my enemies are dead, so I have no one to gloat over." Bretz had outlived his critics, and his ideas had outlived the paradigm that rejected them. The Scablands stand today as one of the most dramatic examples of catastrophic geological processes anywhere on Earth, and as a reminder that scientific consensus, while usually right, is not always so. But the Missoula floods were only one chapter in a much larger story. Similar floods occurred across the northern hemisphere wherever glacial lakes formed behind ice dams. We've already discussed Lake Agassiz and its drainage into the Atlantic. Let's look at some of the other megaflood events that left their marks on the landscape. In the Altai Mountains of southern Siberia, geological evidence points to floods comparable in scale to the Missoula events. Giant current ripples, catastrophic erosion features, and massive sediment deposits testify to repeated outburst floods from glacial lakes that formed along the margins of retreating ice caps. These Siberian floods drained northward toward the Arctic Ocean, potentially affecting sea ice and ocean circulation in ways that are still being studied. The evidence was recognized more recently than the Scablands features, partly because Siberia is remote and difficult to study, but the similarities are striking. The same physics that carved eastern Washington also carved southern Siberia, on the opposite side of the planet. The Altai floods may actually have been even larger than the Missoula events in some respects. The lakes that formed in these Siberian valleys could have contained even more water than Lake Missoula, and the drainage channels show evidence of correspondingly enormous flows. The Chucha-Kure Basin preserves giant ripples and other flood features comparable to those in the Scablands, including mega-ripples with wavelengths of 200-400 metres, features that require water depths of 50-100 metres moving at velocities of several metres per second to form. These weren't rivers, these were inland tsunamis. In northern Europe, the drainage of ice-dammed lakes left equally dramatic evidence. The glacial Lake Weichsel in Poland and the ice-dammed lakes of the Scandinavian peninsula all drained catastrophically at various points during deglaciation. The Ojaren Älv Valley in Sweden was carved by floods from the retreating Scandinavian ice sheet, creating a landscape that early geologists found puzzling until the catastrophic flood interpretation was recognized. Lake after lake, across the entire northern hemisphere, the same pattern repeated. Ice dams formed, lakes accumulated, dams failed, and floods roared across landscapes that still bear the scars. In Europe, the drainage of the Baltic Ice Lake left its own geological signatures. When the ice dam blocking the connection to the Atlantic finally failed, the accumulated waters of the Baltic Basin poured through the gap in volumes that, while smaller than the Missoula floods, were still substantial by any normal standard. The geology of southern Sweden and the approaches to the North Sea preserve evidence of this catastrophic drainage, including erosion features and sediment deposits that can only be explained by sudden, massive water flow. Even regions that didn't experience direct flooding felt the effects of these megaflood events. When Lake Agassiz drained into the North Atlantic, the pulse of fresh water travelled across the ocean basin, affecting conditions as far away as Europe. Marine sediment cores from the North Atlantic contain layers of ice-rafted debris, rocks dropped by melting icebergs, that correspond to major freshwater pulses from the melting ice sheets. The disruption of thermohaline circulation caused by these freshwater pulses affected climate patterns across the hemisphere, and perhaps globally. A flood in central North America could change monsoon patterns in Africa. The interconnectedness of Earth systems meant that no region was truly isolated from the catastrophes occurring elsewhere. The cumulative effect of all these mega-flood events was to reshape the planet's geography in ways that are still visible today. The Great Lakes of North America owe their existence to glacial processes and meltwater accumulation. The Baltic Sea transitioned from a freshwater lake to a brackish sea as a result of flooding and drainage events. Hudson Bay, which barely existed during the last glacial maximum when it was covered by ice, emerged as a major water body only after the ice retreated and the land rebounded. Coastlines around the world shifted as sea levels rose, creating the geography we now take for granted as natural and permanent. The floods also deposited enormous quantities of sediment in places where that sediment remains important today. The lowest deposits of the American Midwest, fine-grained wind-blown sediment derived from glacial outwash, form some of the most productive agricultural soils on Earth. The alluvial plains of major river systems were built up by flood deposits that continue to support intensive agriculture. Even the beaches and barrier islands of many coastlines owe their sand supply to sediments transported from continental interiors by glacial meltwater. The catastrophes of the late Pleistocene laid the foundation for the agricultural productivity that would eventually support human civilization. Now let's turn from the geological evidence to something equally remarkable: the possibility that human memories of these events survived for over 12,000 years, preserved in the oral traditions of cultures around the world. This is where the story gets particularly fascinating, because it connects hard geological science with the soft humanities of mythology and folklore. The connection is controversial. Some scholars are skeptical that oral traditions can preserve accurate information over such long time spans, but the evidence is intriguing enough to deserve serious consideration. Flood myths are among the most widely distributed narrative themes in world mythology. Virtually every culture with a recorded mythological tradition includes some version of a great flood story. The Hebrew Bible tells of Noah and his ark. The Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh includes an even older flood narrative featuring a character named Utnapishtim. Hindu tradition describes a great flood from which Manu, the first man, was saved by a divine fish. Greek mythology includes the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survived a flood sent by Zeus. Chinese traditions describe various floods, some of which were tamed by mythical emperors. Indigenous peoples of the Americas, Australia, Africa, and the Pacific Islands all have their own flood stories. The universality of flood myths was recognized long before anyone understood the geological history of the late Pleistocene. Early scholars attributed the pattern to cultural diffusion, the idea that a single original story had spread around the world through trade, migration, and cultural contact. Others saw the pattern as evidence for a literal global flood, as described in religious texts. Still others dismissed the myths as reflections of local flooding events that had been exaggerated through retelling. All of these explanations have some merit in specific cases, but none of them fully accounts for the global distribution and common features of flood myths. The post-glacial flooding hypothesis offers a different explanation. What if these myths preserve memories of real events, not a single global flood, but the worldwide experience of rising seas, catastrophic lake drainage, and climate chaos that accompanied the end of the Ice Age? Under this interpretation, the flood myths aren't evidence of a single event, but of a global phenomenon that affected human communities everywhere. Each culture experienced its own local manifestation of the catastrophe, and each preserved its own version of the story, adapted to local geography and cultural frameworks. The similarities arise not from cultural diffusion or literal accuracy, but from the common experience of living through a global transformation. Let's examine some specific flood myths more closely, looking for features that might connect them to the geological events we've been discussing. The Epic of Gilgamesh, dating from at least the 3rd millennium BCE, is one of the oldest written texts in existence, but it preserves oral traditions that are certainly much older. The flood narrative in Gilgamesh tells of a great deluge sent by the gods to destroy humanity. One man, Utnapishtim, is warned by a sympathetic deity and instructed to build a boat. He loads the boat with his family, craftsmen, and the seed of all living things. The flood lasts for 7 days and nights, after which the boat comes to rest on a mountain. Utnapishtim sends out birds to find land, eventually releasing a raven that does not return, indicating that dry land has been found. The details of the Gilgamesh flood narrative are remarkably specific in some ways. The text describes the boat's dimensions, the materials used in its construction, the sequence of events during the flood, and the sacrifices offered afterward. Some of these details have practical grounding. The boat is described as waterproofed with bitumen, a substance that was available in ancient Mesopotamia and would indeed make a vessel watertight. Other details reflect cultural and religious context rather than historical memory. But the core narrative, catastrophic flood, forewarned survivor, boat, mountain landing, bird scouts, post-flood sacrifice, has parallels so close in other traditions that some kind of common origin seems likely. The biblical flood story, featuring Noah rather than Utnapishtim, is clearly related to the Mesopotamian version, but differs in significant details. Noah receives warning from his God, rather than from one God among many. The flood lasts longer, 40 days of rain plus an extended period of floating. and the boat comes to rest on Mount Ararat in Armenia, rather than on an unspecified mountain. These variations probably reflect different cultural adaptations of a common source tradition, with each version shaped by the religious beliefs and geographical knowledge of the culture that preserved it. What's particularly interesting is that the geographical settings of these myths correspond to regions that were genuinely affected by post-glacial flooding. Mesopotamia, as we've noted, experienced the flooding of the Persian Gulf. The Ararat region of eastern Turkey was glaciated during the Ice Age and would have experienced significant changes as the ice retreated. Both regions are plausible locations for communities that experienced flooding severe enough to generate lasting oral traditions. The parallels with the biblical Noah story are obvious and well known. Scholars generally agree that both stories derive from a common Mesopotamian source, with the Hebrew version being a later adaptation. But what's interesting for our purposes is the geographical setting. Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, was directly affected by the post-glacial flooding. The Persian Gulf, which barely existed during the last glacial maximum, flooded rapidly as sea levels rose, inundating what had been a fertile river valley. Archaeologists have found evidence of submerged settlements beneath the Persian Gulf that date from exactly this period. The people who told the earliest versions of the Mesopotamian flood story may have been recounting real events that happened to their ancestors just a few thousand years earlier. The Hindu flood myth centers on Manu, who is warned of an impending deluge by Matsya, a divine fish that is actually an avatar of Vishnu. Manu builds a boat and ties it to the fish, who tows him to safety as the waters rise. Eventually the boat comes to rest on a mountain peak in the Himalayas. Manu then recreates humanity through sacrifice and ritual. This story is found in some of the earliest Hindu texts and clearly has very ancient roots. The geographical setting of the Manu story is interesting. The Indian subcontinent was significantly affected by post-glacial changes, including the flooding of large areas of the continental shelf and major changes in monsoon patterns. The emphasis on mountain peaks as places of refuge makes sense in a region dominated by the Himalayas. Where else would survivors go as the lowlands flooded? The detail about being saved by a fish might seem purely mythological, but it's worth noting that fish would indeed have become more abundant as rising seas created new marine habitats. Communities displaced from flooded coastal areas might have survived in part by exploiting these new resources. The Greek flood myth tells of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the only survivors of a deluge sent by Zeus to punish humanity for its wickedness. They survive by floating in a wooden chest, not quite a boat but close enough, and eventually land on Mount Parnassus. Following divine instructions, they repopulate the earth by throwing stones over their shoulders, which transform into new human beings. This story, like many flood myths, combines themes of divine punishment, survival through special intervention, and the repopulation of a devastated world. What makes the Greek story particularly interesting is that Greece was significantly affected by post-glacial changes. The Aegean Sea was much smaller during the last glacial maximum, with land bridges connecting many islands to the mainland. As sea levels rose, these connections flooded, transforming the geography of the region in ways that would have been noticeable to coastal communities. The Greek coastline is exceptionally complex, with numerous islands, peninsulas, and enclosed bays, a geography created largely by the flooding of a previously more continuous landmass. Moving beyond the Mediterranean, we find flood myths in cultures that had no contact with the ancient Near East or Greece. Indigenous Australian traditions include numerous stories of rising seas and the flooding of coastal lands. Some of these stories describe landmarks that are now underwater, specific locations that Aboriginal oral traditions identify as former campsites or significant places. In several cases, geological surveys have confirmed the existence of submerged features at the locations described in the traditions. This suggests remarkable accuracy in oral transmission over at least 7,000 years, the minimum time since these features were above water. The Aboriginal flood traditions are particularly detailed in their geographical specificity. Stories from the coastal regions of Australia describe not just that the sea rose, but precisely where former landmarks were located, what resources they provided, and how the rising waters affected specific communities. The Gunditjmara people of southeastern Australia maintain traditions about the time when their ancestors could walk to what are now offshore islands. The Yolngu people of northern Australia have stories about now submerged coastal features that have been confirmed by modern bathymetric surveys. These aren't vague memories of a flood. They're detailed geographical information that has been preserved with remarkable accuracy. One particularly striking example comes from the Port Phillip Bay region of southeastern Australia. Local Aboriginal traditions describe a time when the bay was dry land, with a river running through it where people lived and hunted. The traditions describe specific camping spots, resource locations, and travel routes across terrain that has been underwater for over 7,000 years. When geologists mapped the seafloor of Port Phillip Bay, they found exactly what the traditions described: the channel of a former river surrounded by terrain that would have been suitable for habitation. The oral traditions had preserved accurate information about a landscape that no living person had ever seen. The Narunga people of South Australia maintain traditions about Spencer Gulf that describe it as formerly dry land, with a river running through it. They tell of the time when the sea came and flooded their ancestors' country, forcing them to relocate to higher ground. Geological evidence confirms that Spencer Gulf was indeed dry land until the early Holocene, when rising seas flooded it. The traditions accurately describe the sequence of events. First the waters came, then the people moved, then the country as they knew it was gone forever. Similar patterns appear in traditions from Pacific Islands, Southeast Asia, and the Americas. Everywhere we look, cultures that were affected by post-glacial flooding seem to have preserved some memory of the experience. The details vary: divine punishment in some versions, natural disaster in others, boats in some, mountain refugees in others, but the core experience of catastrophic inundation is remarkably consistent. Chinese flood mythology presents a particularly interesting case because it differs in significant ways from the Western traditions. Rather than focusing on divine punishment and miraculous survival, Chinese flood stories typically emphasize